Okay, it's 5 o'clock on November 6th, 2023. This is the Goldsboro City Council work session. Call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll. Deputy Clerk, excuse me.
Mayor Ham,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews,
Present.
Councilwoman Jones,
Present.
Councilman Broadway,
Present.
Councilman Gaylor,
Present.
Councilman Bass.
Here.
Okay, we're all here and we've got a nice audience this evening, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Try to make this reasonably complete but expeditious meeting. So, first thing on our, next thing on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda, and we have an item to add to the agenda.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to remove item 3A. The FY 21-22 audit is not yet complete by Forbes, so we will move that to the next meeting, 11/20.
Okay.
And I would like to add item T, amendment for an ordinance of non-contiguous property annexation that is located on southwest corner of US Highway 70 and NC 581. Tax parcel 267-1815879. That should all be, I've given the council members, and Mr. Totten will present that as consent agenda item T.
Anyone have any other additions or deletions they would like from the agenda? I hear none, so is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and second, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the amended agenda, signify by raising your hand. Opposed, we have indicated the motion is carried. Since item A was deleted, we'll go to item 3B, footprint projects update.
Yes, sir. North Carolina State University Coastal Dynamics Design Lab. Travis Klondike.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you all for having me out tonight. Hopefully this works, maybe.
There we go.
Looks about right. Again, my name is Travis Klondike. I serve as the Associate Director of the Coastal Dynamics Design Lab at NC State University. We recently completed a 16-month analysis, planning, and community engagement effort called the Goldsboro Community Floodprint. As a reminder, this was a grant-funded project.
Talk a little more into the mic. Good. Some of us are old.
Better. As a reminder, this was a grant-funded project with funds being provided to us through the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency through a HUD Community Development Block Grant. This was a product that was provided at no direct cost to the city of Goldsboro, but very much created in partnership with city staff throughout the process. The purpose of presenting tonight is to provide an update as we recently completed the full floodprint document, and the collection of slides here tonight are a summary of some of the actual report contents, and we're going to walk through how the projects were developed, provide a little bit of background as to how the projects arrived at recommendations, and then ultimately we're seeking support and a resolution of support of the projects being proposed and the document as we're currently transitioning from the analysis and planning effort into grant writing and seeking grant applications to actually fund the design and construction of the projects. So for a bit of background, we started with geospatial analysis that started at the city and regional scale. And what this originally informed us was that the southern and western portions in the city were the most vulnerable to flood damages based on the numbers of properties that would receive damages during significant flood events. As we began to identify specific potential projects we felt like would be competitive in grant programs, there were 9 different projects that we assessed for their grant competitiveness. And ultimately there were 3 that rose to the top in terms of how we felt like they would be potentially fundable. A flood mitigation and feasibility study at the wastewater treatment plant, floodplain restoration along the Big Ditch Stream corridor, and infrastructure improvements throughout the municipal golf course to alleviate flooding concerns just north of the golf course. So in short, we're looking at Big Ditch, just barely east of downtown, looking at restoring the current culvert and stream condition. Again, looking at the properties just north of the golf course, which are vulnerable to both small flood events like 10-year floods from roadways being inundated with floodwaters, but also significant floods from the Neuse River. And then lastly, looking at the wastewater treatment plant, knowing that it's a significant piece of infrastructure with large-scale regional impacts throughout the Neuse River Basin. This is a process that is informed by public engagement throughout its entire life cycle of the project, through poster sessions and public workshops that looked a bit like this, and actually, as I'll show later, doing actual door-to-door campaigns in the Elmwood Terrace community in March of this year. I'm going to quickly walk through the 3 projects with a bit more specificity, with Big Ditch being the primary project that received the most amount of attention during this effort, and then the golf course and wastewater treatment plant having collateral created to seek future grant applications. So again, with Big Ditch, we're looking at about a 2,300 linear foot stretch that would be restored, and looking at 3 culvert conditions that would need to be upgraded. And then lastly, the creation of a park space in the Elmwood Terrace community. So this is the existing condition in the Elmwood Terrace property. The specific area that we're looking at is just east of Willowdale Cemetery and goes up to Spruce Street to the north. This map on the right shows the existing kind of channel condition with the very narrow stream channel on the right, and then in orange, the fenced area around the stream channel. This pretty much has removed all floodplain function in that area. So the proposed condition looks at actually widening that out and creating a bit more flood storage capacity, but also creating community amenity spaces around the periphery of that area. So opportunities for play, for gathering, and having greater sightseeing and access to nature. Again, this was greatly informed through a public engagement process and a public engagement event in March of this year. We knocked on over 100 doors with the support from the Housing Authority, City of Goldsboro. And of the 41 folks that we engaged with, 40 showed direct support for the project as proposed. Again, this is the existing condition and the proposed condition with public amenity spaces around the periphery. I would like to mention as well that hydraulic modeling shows this will be effective. Specifically during a 500-year flood event, there would be 29 residential units in Elmwood Terrace that would no longer be displaced. So if you think about 2 to 3 people per residential unit, that's likely to be over 100 people that would not be displaced during the scale event like Hurricane Florence. At the municipal golf course, this is a similar type of project as Big Ditch, but a little bit different in that this was formerly an agricultural area, and a lot of the channels and ditches have been covered up as part of the creation of the golf course in the 1940s. And so what this seeks to do is upgrade culvert conditions above and below the golf course, and then open up this buried ditch in order to create better conveyance throughout the golf course to prevent flooding just upstream and north of the golf course itself. So again, this actually looks like hole by hole in the golf course to create a low flow wetland to remediate some of this flooding concerns upstream. And again, hydraulic modeling shows that this would significantly reduce the impact of nuisance flooding in the roadways in the neighborhood upstream of the golf course. The existing condition and the proposed condition. And then the last project that we focused on was, again, the wastewater treatment plant. For this particular scope of the project, we consulted with architecture and engineering firm called Gresham Smith and Partners. They have done many flood mitigation studies like this, and we actually subcontracted with them as part of this grant to help craft RFQ language, scope language, and budget language to have basically the cut and paste material ready to submit an RFQ for completing a flood mitigation feasibility study at the wastewater treatment plant. And so for all 3 of these projects, we have specific collateral ready to go for grant programs and grant applications. And with that, again, the purpose was to present these projects during this meeting tonight, but then also to ask for support and a resolution on moving forward with these 3 projects as we seek grant applications for funding. I'm more happy to take any questions, and thank you.
So did you, first of all, thank you for the work that y'all done, and like you said, that you've been here before, so we're familiar with you and your project. Did your organization prioritize these 3 as immediate term, time-wise?
Yeah, so we're actually already moving forward with some immediate term actions on all three of these projects, with like letters of interest and initial grant application language for all three of them. So the intent is that we would move forward with all three immediately. Specifically, just with the Big Ditch one as an example, we went ahead and along with the city, submitted a letter of interest to NCEM, State Emergency Management, for the FEMA BRIC program. We think it'll be competitive in that particular grant cycle. So we've kind of already taken some preliminary actions, but again, we view these as being immediate term in terms of how we would go about pursuing them.
Are we in the grant cycle now, or is that coming up?
Yeah, so the FEMA BRIC grant cycle for Big Ditch, for instance, the letter of interest was due a few weeks ago. It's been positively scored. Thus far, we've been asked to submit a full application by the state. And then the final application would be submitted in January. So we crafted the document to more or less be cut and pasteable into the FEMA BRIC program. So it's ready.
Tell me, what section of the Big Ditch? The Big Ditch runs right of ways across our city.
Mm-hmm.
What areas did encompasses what you studied?
So we did 7 different scenarios to see which reaches of Big Ditch we could actually work on that are feasible and actually have like real impact on the ground if installed. We ultimately settled on a section from Spruce Street to the north to about 1,200 linear feet south of Elm Street to the south. So Willowdale Cemetery to Spruce Street is the kind of general focus area. There would be 3 different road modifications to have bigger culverts, more or less. And then the existing kind of very confined channel would be opened up.
Questions?
Could you give us a little bit more on what you think this project's gonna cost? And we had talked about in the North Carolina Appropriations Act of 2023, there's $2 million for this project. So we think it'll move forward, and we'll get that funding. And then, of course, item L will be presented by Assistant City Manager for approval on the resolution.
Correct. So we developed a very detailed cost estimate for the Big Ditch proposal. Altogether, we will be submitting this project with your support at a $7.5 million approximately cost. This would require $1.9 million of local match at the 75-25 cost share split required by FEMA. However, the $2 million in the state appropriations is just over the $1.9 million conveniently. So the match would be in hand already.
Any other questions, comments? All right, sir, thank you for what y'all done.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're gonna stay in
Thank you
touch
for
with
what
us
you did.
and
Yes.
providing more information as it comes through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
Yep.
Now we have a strategic buyout program update, item C, from Maggie Taglin. And that has to deal with consent agenda item S.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Botchkla, and I am the Director of Mitigation at the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency, here to provide a program update for the Strategic Buyout Program effective as of the end of last week. Really quickly, I'll just go through an overview of the program's benefits, the program overall, the status of the program here in Goldsboro, any sort of next steps, and then, of course, I'm happy to take any questions. Later this evening, there will be a resolution presented to the board, so I'm here to sort of support that resolution. So the Strategic Buyout Program is a voluntary program that permanently reduces the risk to life and property of North Carolinians by purchasing at-risk or storm-impacted properties. We have had a relationship with the City of Goldsboro going back to March of 2020 to pursue some of these activities using federal funds through the Community Development Block Grant for Mitigation. We work in specific areas of town, specific neighborhoods that are flood prone. And those areas were determined collaboratively with the city back in late 2019, early 2020. Because this is a buyout program, we provide people with financial resources to move somewhere that's less flood prone, and then we demolish those structures. The local government, in this case the city of Goldsboro, would become the owner of those properties in perpetuity. We would pay for the demolition of those structures, and then the land would be deed restricted moving forward so that nothing could ever be built there again. We view our program as having a number of benefits. So, of course, it does remove that risk to life and property of North Carolinians by identifying areas where there is a lot of vulnerability and putting resources towards pulling that property and those lives to different areas. We also have structures in place to try to preserve the community character and tax base by providing people relocation benefits to relocate in their same community just outside the flood zone. We, because our grant funding is provided by HUD, we do have an emphasis where we do focus on low to moderate income communities to make sure that we're providing those communities with the highest benefits. And we also work really hard to be coordinated with local governments to make sure that our buyouts are supporting long-term resilience plans locally, to make sure that the land that is purchased can be used for parks or for other uses within the community here. So as I mentioned earlier, we entered into an agreement with the city back in March of 2020. I have a small staff that provides all case management services. We complete all of the inspections, provide the closing attorneys, demolish the structure, make sure that any of the property is cleared, and then leave the property graded and seeded. And the Goldsboro has agreed to take those properties and will be responsible for the ongoing maintenance of those sites. We do, like I mentioned, have to put a deed restriction in place, so the participating properties must comply with federal requirements to remain as open space in perpetuity. We have a high-level 8-step process, so we take in applications, we do an eligibility review, we verify ownership through a title report, we do a program or a property appraisal, as well as a boundary survey, lead-based paint, asbestos, and an environmental review. After all of those steps are completed, we make an offer to our applicants. They can accept it, they can reject it, they can appeal it. If they accept it, that's when we move forward to closing. Once it's closed, that's where the ownership gets transferred straight to Goldsboro, and then we work to select a contractor to demolish the property, clear the site, restore it, and then close out the grant. So we do our offers based on the current fair market value of the appraised or of the property. And so we'll send out a certified appraiser who will determine what that value is. We will make sure that all property owners receive an initial offer package. They, again, can accept or reject that. If they accept, we go to closing. If they reject, then we take no further action to acquire the property, since it is a voluntary program. In addition to the current fair market value for the property, we also provide a really generous incentive package to property owners. So we have 2 different types of incentives that somebody may be eligible to receive. The first bucket is the risk reduction incentive. And so this is where you see that we put an emphasis on encouraging people to stay local. So people can receive either $10,000 or $5,000 if they move, $10,000 if they move within the same county, just outside the floodplain and outside one of our buyout zones, and $5,000 if they move to a different county within North Carolina. If they decide to relocate outside of the state, they are not eligible to receive this incentive. Our most generous incentives, however, are our affordability incentives. So we have our affordable rental incentive, which provides up to $17,000 to supplement 1 year's rent if somebody decides that homeownership is no longer appropriate for them. Our most generous incentive is our affordable homeownership incentive, which is a direct contribution to the purchase price of a new property. It does require that applicants work with housing counselors to determine what they can afford and what the gap is to make sure that what they are purchasing is affordable for them. But the county cap here in Wayne County is $150,000 for that. So that's in addition to our other incentives, and that's in addition to what we would pay for their property. It's really us trying to make sure that we're providing people with the resources to be able to relocate somewhere safer, because we recognize that those places outside the floodplain tend to be more expensive. Our last incentive is the matching down payment incentive, which is a $50,000 one-to-one match if somebody has made a down payment on a new house. Of these 3 affordability incentives, applicants can receive 1, and so they can't double dip in this regard. So we, and I apologize for this map, we have 2 buyout zones that we are pursuing here in Goldsboro. We call them the West Goldsboro and the South Goldsboro buyout zones. So the West Goldsboro is the one where we've got the most activity. It's the one that's larger on this map. It is around Alabama Avenue and then Miller Avenue. And then Walnut is the top street, and it goes down to Orchard down at the bottom. The smaller map is our South Goldsboro buyout zone, and so that goes along South John Street. Bell Street is on the left in the sort of upper section, and then it crosses over South John Street, and Glen Haven is sort of the border on the right. So this map also shows where our current applications are. We do have a couple of properties who are really excited to move to closing, and they're in the blue dots on this map. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the program or anything else. Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question. How did you choose your buyout locations? Because I noticed that they're all in Alabama, Orchard, and Millard. Is that because of the hurricane, or can
Yeah,
you?
sorry.
Okay.
So when we looked for those areas, what we were looking for was where there was a lot of damage from either Hurricane Matthew or Florence or both storms. We looked to some of the other grant opportunities that were available to see where there were people who applied but were not able to get funded. And so in that area in particular, because there was a lot of rental property, there was a lot of expressed interest, but not a lot of applications that moved forward in some other programs. We also look for severe repetitive loss and repetitive loss properties, which is a definition within the National Flood Insurance Program that indicates that properties have been damaged over a certain threshold a certain number of years in a row. And then, you know, we talked with city staff as well to say, you know, this is what the data is showing us. What do you guys think?
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So how does your program work with FEMA and their buyout program?
We have a really good working relationship with Hazard Mitigation at NCEM, which administers the FEMA program. They're actually in the office downstairs from where I sit every day of the week. So we make sure that we're really well coordinated with them. We try to build off the activities that they've undertaken. So we want to make sure that if they've bought out a property and then there's a remaining property and then they've bought out another property, that we're talking to that remaining homeowner to see if they're interested in participating in our program instead.
If you approach someone and make an offer to buy out, or just say you discuss the buyout program, and they say, no, I'm not interested, does that house become, or that property become future sort of blacklisted, for lack of a better term?
No, sir, there's no relationship between whether or not somebody wants to participate in our program and their eligibility for any future programs.
Okay. And at this time, how many properties did you say you have under contract or trying to put under contract?
So we have recently had 2 properties in Goldsboro accept their offers. We have a number of additional properties, I think a couple dozen, that are working their way through the process.
I see. Anyone else have?
Two properties.
Once a property becomes owned by the city through this, you mentioned that it has to comply with federal requirements or remain vacant. Out of curiosity, what are some examples of things that property could become other than a vacant lot?
And I'm happy if I haven't shared it already. There's actually I think that Travis might have actually helped develop a plan for certain properties. They can become parks, they can become community gardens, you know, they can become some sort of like rewilded natural infrastructure or nature-based solutions to help reduce flooding in the neighborhood. There are a lot of opportunities, even though you can't necessarily build another structure there.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sir, did you have
They
a
can
question?
go back to their natural state.
Yeah.
And it's a great presentation, very informative, I think, for the people that are in that zone. Obviously, a lot of funding available for it, and so
Mhm.
hopefully more people take advantage of it.
Mhm. And this program is still accepting applications, so, you know, our staff are constantly doing outreach to folks in these areas to see if there's anybody who's interested in participating.
And where do they make the applications, if they're listening?
So people can call our phone number, which is 833-ASK-RBNC, or they can email strategicbuyout, all one word, at ncdps, North Carolina Department of Public Safety.gov, and we're happy to connect with them. We've got staff who live here in Goldsboro who are happy to meet people and take in applications.
Okay, good, thank you.
And you've
Absolutely.
also been to the residences, right?
Mhm. Yeah, so we've had folks walk through these neighborhoods and sort of, we recognize that it's a very big ask to ask somebody to consider selling their property. So we want to make sure people, have an opportunity to ask their questions, talk about it with their spouse, think about it. But we're always here to answer any questions that people may have.
Holly, did you get that contact information? Okay, good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
informative presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the effort y'all put into this as well. Okay, we're moving to our new business now. We got the FY 22-23 year-end financial update. Ms. Catherine?
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we're gonna go through, mainly it's gonna be the revenue is what we're gonna talk about and all the operating funds. We'll touch a little bit on the expenditures, and bearing in mind that this is unaudited data that you will be getting, and it is also not completely adjusted. So there are still some more changes to come in the FY 23 data. So the first slide, and these are all the same slides that we've had in the previous years. They're updated, and we're gonna show current for the fiscal 23 and the prior fiscal 22, and we'll also do some comparisons of budget to actual. So this is in the same order as you've had it before, so for consistency purposes for those of you that have already had this presentation, okay? So within our general fund, when we compare the FY 23 to the FY 22, overall, we see a decrease of about 1.5 million total. Now, when you look at the negative variances in the third column, increase, decrease over prior year, I try to highlight those because generally we see decreases as not good things. So the first one in other federal and state revenue, the $700,000 decrease, primarily that is from the SBA ARPA grant that we got through the Paramount. That was about $332,000. Our ABC distribution decreased about $250,000. The cable TV franchise distribution that we received from the state decreased about $20,000. And then we moved the GWTA garage reimbursement into, essentially, it's the internal service fund for the garage and the fuel, and that took out $189,000, and that totals about $791,000. So there's some pluses and minuses in other federal and state revenues, and just bearing in mind, there might be like 20 different line items in this, so, but that explains just that general variance of where that's going down to $700,000. Debt, we took less debt in fiscal 23, so that revenue per se dropped about $2.3 million. And then in other revenue, we had a decrease of about $316,000, and where we see the biggest part of that is our equipment surplus sales dropped about $72,000, insurance proceeds dropped about $139,000, and miscellaneous revenues dropped about $130,000 for a total of about $341,000. Again, there are multiple line items that are in other revenues, but the total decrease is about $316,000. So for fiscal 23, we see that the city took in approximately $46.4 million. So the next slide, we're looking at general fund collections, where we look at budget to actual. And so what we try to do is, when we're in the budget process, we don't have a crystal ball. We do the best that we can. We look at trends, we look at the national economy, we look at local, state economy, and we try to predict. So ideally, if we're really good, we're 100%, right? So anything above or below. Now, I will say that from my standpoint, doing budgeting, I would rather under budget my revenues, because what happens is if you over budget your revenues, you have to have a balanced budget, so you have that much else in expenditures. And so what you don't want to do is spend 100% of your budgeted expenditures and collect 90% of your revenue, because that means your fund balance is going to go down. So, but that's always a struggle between, I think, when you look at management and council and you look at finance, because finance people tend to be very much more conservative. But we try to be on the mark, so I try to be realistic when I do these projections. So for the fiscal '23, when we look at our budget, we had a $46.7 million budget. We actually took in $46.4 million, which is about 99.30 of the budget. So it's right there at 100. And the thing that you have to pay attention to is that we had fund balance appropriated of $1.1 million. So automatically, off the bat, there is no revenue, because that's coming out of your equity. So you're not gonna get 100, right? Unless you significantly under budgeted your other revenues, which our big drivers are gonna be our property taxes and it's gonna be our sales taxes. Those are two big. They usually run about 70% of your budget. You usually hear me say that during the year. The one thing that I will call your attention to is under other agency revenues. We collected $870,000. We budgeted $1.6 million, so it only came in at about 54%. The reason is we had about a $367,000 NCDOT transportation grant, but it just wasn't fully utilized. So we didn't spend the money, therefore we could not apply for reimbursement. All the other numbers, when you look at the far right column, year-to-date percent of the budget, are reading at 100% or better. So I'm trying to call your attention to things that are, I guess, material, you know, the small stuff we don't worry too much about, but to call to your attention that what we budgeted, we were on the mark or a little bit low. So for the city, that means we collected more money than what we budgeted, okay? And we try not to make that significant, because we could cut services that we needed if we did not budget sufficiently. So we're going to take a look at the stormwater fund. This particular slide has the current and prior year, and then it also has the adjusted budget and the actual collections. We are about $134,000 over the prior fiscal year amount. When I looked at the $4,000 differential on that first line item for stormwater fee, why did we collect $4,000 less? We have not completely adjusted the books to full accrual yet. And so there are accruals that go in fiscal '23 that have not been made yet, and I think will make up that difference. So it'll be either about, because the fees didn't go up, so it should be break even or maybe a little bit over. And then as far as comparing the adjusted budget to the actual collections, when we look at the stormwater fee, we're at 100%. Other revenues has also got some debt borrowing in it, as well as some miscellaneous revenues. And then we did have appropriated fund balance. So when you look at that bottom line number, when you compare your adjusted budget to your actual collections, it says 90.56%. That is expected because we did appropriate fund balance, okay? But when you look at what we budgeted as far as the actual outside incoming revenues, we're at 100%, which is where we should be ideally. Like I said, if we had a perfect magic crystal ball, we'd be at 100% of budget every time, but that doesn't quite always work out like that. So we're going to look at the utility fund now, where we're comparing the FY23, FY22 numbers. Now, bearing in mind, when you look at fiscal '22, there was no water and sewer rate increase, okay? Fiscal '23, there was a 20% rate increase in both water and sewer charges. So it is our expectation that we would see current sewer, current water, both increase in those. But now remembering the percent increase does not always equate to like 20%. You're not gonna see 20% in the actual revenues. And again, I say, this is still not adjusted to full accrual yet, so there's also some additional adjustments that have to go on in that as well. In the transfers line item, I wanted to explain that. In fiscal '23, the $975,000, that was completely from utility capital reserve, where the city set aside money in this utility capital reserve fund. Bert came to you for multiple projects that he needed funded. and then we pulled that money from that reserve fund back into the utility fund. In the prior year, the $292,000, that is solely the final repayment that the general fund made back to the utility fund to repay the loan that the utility fund made for the Dale settlement, okay? So we had to get that taken care of. In the other federal and state revenue, there's a difference. You're showing $428,000 up to $250,000. In fiscal '23, that $428 is solely a reimbursement from the North Carolina Division of Emergency Management, where they were paying us a FEMA reimbursement for Hurricane Matthew. And then in FY '22, that $250 was the final reimbursement for the Weir project, where we got participation from DEQ on that federal project we had with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then other capital returns, we just did not surplus as much, so it was down about $10,000. So I'm just trying to point out to you where we had the negative variances there, so you could see that. But overall, the city collected about $3.7 million more, to the tune of about $24 million in fiscal '23 over approximately $20 million collected in the prior fiscal year. Our next slide, we're going to look at the 22-23 budget to actual. And, you know, again, I would say what we're looking for is like 100%. I will call your attention, we had the current sewer charges, 11.4 million to the 10.1 of 88.62%. Again, part of this is going to be that full accrual. We're on modified accrual, and we have to make adjustments to get to full accrual to adjust the 23 numbers. Now, we have worked with Stantec, so this would be my department, Bert Sherman in Public Utilities, and we work with David Hyder, because the current water and sewer charge numbers, they help us develop. Stantec helps us develop those numbers when we're doing the budget. All right, so the numbers they gave us are based on the detailed utility volume data that they get. Now, we're still not exactly sure, and this is the group of us, we're not exactly sure why the sewer revenues are coming in less, because we know what we're billing, and we know we balance, and we know what cash comes in, and we know where it goes to. But we're still a little bit puzzled on the sewer charges, because they're showing at about 88%. Water is spot on at 99.24, and again, by the time you do those full accrual adjustments, it should be at 100, or it might be just a little bit more than that. So I did at least want to explain that number to you, because we're still working through that. It's a lot of data that we have to pull through, and a lot of different projects, but at any rate, we're working on that. A lot of the other numbers really are not as material, because when you look at a $25 million budget, you got 20 million in current water and sewer charges. So that's the largest bulk of that budget that we're concerned about. All the other numbers are at that 100% or better, so we're happy about that. That's tracking where it needs to be tracking. And then as far as the other totals, you know, with the capital returns and then the other revenues, they are where they need to be. We had a very small appropriated fund balance in the utility fund of about $514,000. So when we compare the $24.9 million budget, we received $24 million, and so we're at 96%, so we feel like that's on target to where it needs to be. Then looking at the Downtown Municipal Service District Fund, comparing the current to the prior, we've actually collected.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me go back to the issue of the sewer charges.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that you billed, well, you budgeted 11.4 million.
We collected.
Oh, excuse me, you collected. I'm
Collected,
sorry.
not
You
billed.
collected.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what you're saying, as I read this, you collected 10.1 million.
We collected 10.1 million. We budgeted 11.4.
Right.
So when David did his calculations, he's telling us, based on what customers you have and their usage, we think it's gonna be 11.4 million is what you're gonna bill in sewer. It worked out great for the water charges, but
Right.
something's not, but you all, of course, know we have a lot of different issues. We got a lot of I&I,
Sure.
we have a lot of things going on. So we don't know, and plus, we're also trying to get these sewer meters in place. We're trying to get some of that regulated. So some of that may be impacting the number that he's given us, because what we are collecting off of what we're being billed is not getting quite as close to that sewer budgeted number as we would like for it to be.
So I think my bottom line question is, you're billing, or you're collecting what you billed?
Yes, we're collecting what we're
Okay.
billing. So we don't know, so, there are a lot of, channels along the way where things can get
Sure,
off
I
track.
understand.
So it's not necessarily that we're not billing it, but again, there's a lot of information that's got to come in to that first system in order for it to get to the second system where we actually do the billing.
And when I say billing, I'm talking about our outside of city customers too, that we bill and they're paying.
Well, that we do have a problem with, and we just don't have the tools in our toolbox to collect from those when they're sewer-only billing. And there are a handful of them that we have quite a bit of problem with.
So,
But we just don't have any means, because we can't, there's nothing for us to cut off. The only power of collection that the city has is the power of cutoff. That's it. So you can't cut off sewer. You can cut off water, but you can't cut off sewer,
so are these troublesome customers, is that a pattern that we've had with them?
Yes.
And are we contacting them, was there in dialogue?
So we send them a bill, some just choose to ignore the bill. And again, this is not to the tune of millions of dollars,
Sure, I
okay?
understand.
So at some point, when we've kind of rounded out all of the problems that we've got, probably, I think really where we are is probably having to go to the attorney and see about, litigation to sue the customers to pay their bill. I mean, I don't know what else you can do, because there's no other, you can't cut them off. So, we keep sending them bills and they can choose not to pay, and we just keep providing the sewer.
But we can take some legal action against them?
I believe so. I mean, I think it's our right to take them to court. But I mean, we wouldn't take them to court over $50. I mean, I'm thinking, we've got to probably be in that range of like $3,000 or $4,000, because the cost of, I guess, the attorney to do his part is gonna be, significant enough, you want to make it worth your while to do that, so.
I guess, Catherine, you're talking about less than $3,000 or $4,000, and if it's more than that, then we'll go to the city attorney and consider that.
I would think, yes, I mean, that would be what I would do, is to seek some advice from the city attorney on how we needed to proceed forward as far as legal action. But I guess it still means they could have a judgment, but I guess it doesn't necessarily mean they would pay, right, Ron?
So it's trying to collect.
You have to try to collect, yeah, yeah.
So by virtue of the conversation, I'm assuming that we haven't taken any action against,
They haven't been, it hasn't been significant enough. I mean, there are problems, don't get me wrong, but a lot of this comes down to the staffing. So, I mean, I've only got so many people that can do so much work. So we do continue to try to build them, and we've had conversations. I have seen a list at one time, and I'll be honest with you, I've just had way more pressing problems than, some of the customers that aren't paying their sewer bill. But
someone in your office is tracking these.
Yes.
So if I said, provide the manager a listing of these,
yeah,
You
it would
do
be a
that.
confidential list, because, customer information's private, so.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
Sure. Okay. So looking at the downtown municipal service district, again, we collected about $7,700 more than we did in the prior fiscal year. And most of theirs, it's probably about 99% is gonna be based on their property tax that's assessed. In the occupancy tax fund, we collected about $126,000 more. The decrease in the revenues, they have some other miscellaneous revenues that, I think it's maybe from some merchandise sales or something, it was a little bit less, but obviously not significant in the grand scheme of things. when we look at the budget to actual in the downtown municipal service district in the taxes, we budgeted 96,000, we collected 102, so we were at 106%. We had, we thought that the investments I had budgeted, well, it wasn't just investments, there was also some miscellaneous income that was in there that did not come through. So that was the reason for the budget to actual not being quite high there. It was at 90%. With the occupancy tax fund, we had 1.2 million budgeted, we collected 1.2, so we were at basically 100% on there. So there were no items of concern in either one of those budgets. This slide is a summary of all of those operating funds that we talked about. So the city overall, in fiscal '22, we had 71.4 million that we collected. In fiscal '23, we collected 73.8. So it was an increase of about $2.4 million. And the one thing I will point out when we looked at those earlier slides is that remembering in fiscal '23, we took about $2 million less in debt, and then we had multiple other changes in various revenue line items as well. And then this is like the one quick slide I have about expenditures, because we talk about expenditures all through the fiscal year when I bring budget amendments to the council for approval. So the budget we had was $75.2 million. Actual, we spent 63.1. So we had a favorable variance of about $12 million. The one thing that I would call your attention to here, where you would be concerned, is if we had spent more money than we had budgeted. You have a budget violation, statutory violation at that point. We do not have that. So essentially what has happened is we have, for whatever reason, not spent as much as we had planned on for spending. So we do have a favorable variance. I did just some general high-level looking at this. On the general fund, we had lapsed salaries of about $2.3 million. There is about $1 million of ARPA that I have since reclassified, but not all of the ARPA salaries have been taken out, so that variance will get a little bit bigger. We have a total of about $4 million in ARPA in fiscal '23 because we finished that program up, but that's not shown because, again, these are unadjusted numbers. The PO rollover, so that was money that we had encumbered, but the product had not been delivered. That's another $2 million. And then there are hundreds of line items of lapsed expenditures in the operating side. So you had it budgeted, but we didn't have to spend it. In the utility fund, we had multiple major capital repair and maintenance projects that were incomplete, and they rolled into fiscal '24 to the tune of about $2.9 million. We had budgeted a contingency of about $1.6 million, and again, multiple operating expenses that were lapsed. In the stormwater fund, there was about $136,000 in PO rollovers. The balance of about $122,000 was lapsed salaries, and then multiple operating expenses that lapsed. In the downtown municipal service district, those were all operating expenses that lapsed. In the occupancy tax, we had a contingency of about $17,000, and I think the balance of about $19,000 was lapsed operating expenditures. And so we talked a little bit about fund balance appropriation. So in fiscal '23, we had a total of about $2 million in appropriated fund balance in our various operating funds. In the general fund, $1.18 million of the $1.194 million was all PO rollovers. The utility fund, that $514,000 is all PO rollovers. Downtown Municipal Service District, it had about $20,000. That whole $20,000 is all PO rollover. Occupancy tax had none. And the Stormwater Fund, there was a $63,000 PO rollover, and then the balance went to the CDM Smith to finish up that stormwater assessment that the council authorized. I think it was like a $2 million project. We had to finish up that last appropriation, so we had to appropriate fund balance for that. Okay, this is tiny, and I'm sorry. So this is the net operating results, again, on modified accrual basis, where applicable, and not completely fully adjusted in FY '23. The green is a positive variance, the red is a negative variance. And I think when I showed you this slide last year, everything was green, okay? So this year, when we compare, for instance, the first line, general fund revenues, you had $46.7 million budgeted. We took in $46.4 million, so we actually had a negative variance, that's why it's red. I don't know if you can see it like that or not, it's red on my sheet, of $326,000. So we didn't take in as much money as what we thought, but again, you had $1.19 million in appropriated fund balance. But when you look at the general fund expenditures, we had $46.7 million budgeted. We actually spent 42.4, so we had a positive variance of 4.37 million, and I've talked to you about lapsed salaries and PO rollovers and things of that nature. So what you, as a council, when you're looking at this, you want to see positives, you want to see the green. So in the general fund overall, yes, we took in 326,000 less, but we spent 4.3 million less. So overall, that general fund growth is going to be about $4 million. Now, we still have more adjustments that we have to make in that. So for every fund, the bottom line net is a positive growth in that fund balance. But I say, use caution, because we have appropriated fund balance significantly in fiscal '24. To the tune of, which you'll see later tonight when I present my operating amendment, about 3.8 million, okay? So yes, we're 4 million to the good in '23, but we're taking 3.8 million right now. So you just have to remember, this is timing differences, right? And a lot of that we can't help. You know, we can't help the delays that the chief of police is having with police cars, or the delays that Bert's having trying to get equipment on the ground and getting contractors in. That's just part of post-COVID and supply chain issues and so forth. But what I just want to call your attention to is when you look at, like I said, that actual column, the bottom line net total for the net changes in all funds, we are 10.7 million to the good in all operating funds. And then you can look at those variances, that the green is positive and the red is an unfavorable, if you will, variance. But overall, fiscally being very conservative, we've been able to retain the city's cash position so that we can function each and every day, and that we can do some of the things that the council's allowed, such as the police and fire raises that they did earlier, okay? And then the last thing I would just call your attention to is that the budget is balanced, you know, as a statutory requirement. You see revenues equal expenditures, so that's why the net in that far left column of budget shows 0. I'll be glad to take any questions if you have any.
Council members, questions?
Good.
Wonder south.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line here is good
Yes, it
information.
is.
And,
I just wanted to make sure I understood something. In the beginning, you said that some of the numbers that that you shared with us were unaudited and may need adjustment.
Yes.
So do you know the adjustment in the numbers? Are there going to be an increase in the adjustments, or will there be a decrease in the adjustments?
So so it goes both ways, right? So we have a lot of adjustments that increase expenses, and we have adjustments that increase revenues, and they go both ways. I will say that I know that the majority of the adjustment, for instance, the ARPA salaries, there's at least 3 million roughly that has to be adjusted out of those expenditure numbers. So I feel like the 10.7 million is a conservative number, that in my mind, it's gonna go up about 3 more million. Now, on the water and sewer side, we could be talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. So in the scope of a $24.9 million budget, you know, if I adjusted it $500,000 or $1 million, it's not a significant percentage. It's not like I'm saying I'm gonna increase it 50%. It's not like that. So what I'm saying is the barometer on that number, the 10.7, I feel like it goes up, and I'm giving you a conservative number at this point. I am not aware of anything that my staff needs to adjust that's gonna drive that number down. I'm not aware of anything like that that would be material. If I do find something, I'll put it like this, in the next couple of months as I'm working on that, if I do find something that materially adjusts that number down, I will certainly come back and let y'all know that, okay? So it's not a surprise, I don't want it to be a surprise to you.
Okay. And the other thing you talked about, the debt borrowing,
Yes, ma'am.
debt borrowing amount.
Yes, ma'am.
When you borrow the money, where is that money going?
Okay, so it goes, when we budget for it, so we don't take it out of fund balance, it
Right.
becomes a revenue. It goes into that fund, and we have a separate escrowed account that we account for, but it goes, so if we say we're gonna buy a $1 million fire truck, and it's in the general fund, the debt borrowing is in the general fund along with the purchase of the truck. Is that answering your question?
It does.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So Catherine, I know we were talking about 21, 22, 23 numbers here. Just skip forward for those in the audience that may not be around for the next session. Our fund balances, we believe, are coming out pretty good compared to what they have been.
Yes.
We don't know the final figures yet, but they're significantly up at this point in time.
Yes, sir, with an asterisk, I will say that, because the one thing that, I think I mentioned it when Forbes presented before, they had projected our fund balance being, like 38, 39%. The thing you have to realize is that the expenditures upon which they are based are $4 million less because the ARPA expenses are handled in a special revenue fund. So when you couch that against what's realistic, like when the expenditures go back up to where they are, my guess is probably somewhere in that 25, 28% fund balance is what I'm ballparking, okay? And that's just a ballpark number, so.
So that's for those in the audience. This is a significant upward movement in our fund balance
Yes.
over the last several years. I can remember when I came on the council, we were down around 10% at one point, maybe 9%. Right on the threshold of the LGC coming in here and taking over the city and operating it. I'm not gonna talk about what council has done, haven't done, but the thing is, and with your effort there in finance, we've seen this, our position change for the better. Now, we're not where we would like to be, even at 28%, if it comes down to 28%. We still would like to be around 40%. That's the ideal number that we would like to be at. Doesn't mean that we can't be more than that. There are cities within 70, 80 miles from here that have a 60 or 70% fund balance. And depending on which way you go. And so we still got a lot of work to do, but we are a long ways from where we were in the past.
Very much
We just
so.
got to keep that momentum going. Yes, sir.
Yes, in the simplest way possible, can I ask a quick question about audit? So 21, 22 was removed from the agenda tonight. At what point will that come back? What are your expectations for that? And then, of course, that has to be completed. That domino has to fall
Yes.
before we can submit 2022, 2023.
Correct.
Your basic expectation right now, if you're kind of Gantt charting out how this thing's going to go, when do you foresee 21, 22 being signed, sealed, and delivered, and when do you anticipate moving to 22, 23?
So, the last communication that I had from the auditor was last night, about 6:30, and he said that he would, provide me a full financial statement draft on Wednesday, so I'm figuring between Tuesday and Thursday. And, so I'm gonna have the pleasure this weekend of reviewing financial statements and doing management discussion and analysis, okay? So my expectation, if that pans out, I'm done come Monday morning. So it has to go back, remember, they have to have a national peer committee in their firm has to approve them. So what the auditor has told Tim and myself is that they will be presenting at the November 20th meeting, presenting the audited financial statements. Because, we're on a deadline, you've got like 30 days to actually present to council. They will provide you, as required by state law, the financial performance indicators, the FPICs, if you will, to let you know what FPICs are out there. Okay, so we're predicting the November 20 meeting. Our goal that we have already talked about in a planning meeting with Orvis, Tim, and myself is we want to be done with the audit by March 31, okay? So.
You said the audit 2022, 2023?
Yeah, so that's the one that was due October 31st, it was
Right.
due last week. So that's what we would like to see happen is March 31. And of course, you've all bearing in mind, we have a lot of holidays, and that's one thing that always hurts us, but maybe not so much, because a lot of times when we're trying to get them to get done in December, it's hard because their people are taking holidays. We don't take holidays, okay? So we're gonna keep working through, and we're going to try to have them do what's called field work, where they actually come on site to start their audit work. We would like for them to be in here like maybe third week of January to do their field work, because obviously, the drafting of the financial statements, all this has been taken probably 2 months, 3 months. So that's been a extensive part of trying to get this process done. So at that point of getting the 22-23 submitted, we are caught up until the next October, when the 2024 audit will be due.
So realistically, end of quarter one next year, calendar year quarter, not fiscal year quarter. Fiscal year Q3, but whatever. By the end of March, certainly by April, your expectation is that we are caught
Yes,
up.
that is my
It's been a
expectation.
long time coming. Congratulations.
Yes, and let me tell you, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in my staff trying to get this done. So we appreciate the support you've given us, and we are definitely looking forward to getting that caught up.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Did I answer all your questions?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you for answering the 29-day caveat for the law about auditing. That helps a lot, but I do have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I probably missed this. You talked about the 20% rate increase
Yes, ma'am.
in the budget. When will we see how that affects our budget? When is that did I miss that?
So, part of, when you look at when you look at the operating results for the utility fund, when you compare fiscal 22 to fiscal 23, that jump that we have, that's due in part to that 20% rate increase. So we went from collecting $20.2 million to $24 million, so we saw a $3.7 million increase. So what I'm saying to you is part of that $3.7 million increase is attributable to that 20% rate increase that
Okay.
took place in '23.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank your team for the good work that they do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine.
Okay, next item is the Goldsboro Union Station history and update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. Just a minute. Julie, you can come on up. You ready for us? Okay. Good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I'm really excited to introduce my guest this evening, Ms. Julie Metz, who many of you know from her 20-plus years guiding the Downtown Development Department. She brings a wealth of knowledge on Goldsboro Union Station, as well as many years of experience with successful grant writing and management. For that reason, we began working with her earlier this year to provide guidance on stabilization of this historic landmark. So she has prepared a presentation tonight on the history of Goldsboro Union Station, the current status, and potentially a way forward to stabilization. Thank you.
I think what Aaron's trying to say is I'm old. Good afternoon, everybody. It dawns on me that it's been about 4 years since I've been in this spot. It's a little nerve-wracking on the other side, I say. And as Aaron said, I mean, as far as why me, I think I have had the longest history working with Union Station's development than anybody that has worked at the city. So I hope I can help you understand the project and what the motivation has been behind it to date. Before I share some of the more recent information, I'd like to step back and share some of the history and what milestones have occurred over its tenure. Let's start when Goldsboro Union Station began, or as we fondly call the building, Gus. The concept for the station began in 1906, and construction commenced in 1907 and concluded in 1909. An excerpt from the National Register of Historic Places states that the construction of the handsome, eclectic brick building called Union Station is among the most ambitious rail buildings in the state and expresses the importance of Goldsboro as a railroad center and is a pivotal landmark in Goldsboro, a town whose history was shaped by the growth of the railroad. The station was built for the joint use of several railroad companies, hence the name Union Station. By the close of 1906, a shift in the railroad companies occurred, and it ended up serving the Atlantic Coastline, Norfolk and Southern Railway companies. A site was selected at the foot of Walnut Street on a spur line that circled the western part of the city. And Gus was completed in June of 1909 at a cost of $72,024. It seems like a minuscule amount, but it was a lot of money at the time. A big celebration day occurred where all the businesses in the city closed for the day, and a parade and ceremonies honored its potential to our community. Later in 1968, passenger rail service to and from Goldsboro ceased, and Gus was therefore decommissioned. David Perry, here tonight, has a long legacy with the building. His father, Arthur Perry, purchased the building in 1972 for his trust department of Goldsboro Builders. Gus's significance, architecturally, culturally, and its impact to Eastern North Carolina, enabled its position on the National Register of Historic Places in 1977. Fast forward to 1999, when NCDOT's Rail Division was tasked by then North Carolina Board of Transportation Secretary Lindo Tippett, who wanted to examine passenger rail expansion through Eastern North Carolina with an objective to connect Raleigh to Wilmington. Lindo Tippett was from Fayetteville, one of the 5 to 6 routes that were being considered at the time. The report was released and found the route going through Fayetteville to have a preference due to forecasted passenger numbers and cost. But once a handful of Goldsboro residents learned of this report, they began realizing that a lot of the Goldsboro data that they used was outdated. They also were concerned due to the lack of exchange or activism that occurred between NCDOT and the city. A group of volunteers then formed called the Railroad Task Force. They met every week for many years to advocate for a new study. I was in that group, my introduction into Gus, as was Judge Charlie Gaylor, David Quick, Sandy Corsham, among many others. In 2004, a new study was conducted and a 2005 report followed, showing the route that utilized Gus and Union Station as the intermediate hub was favored. Cost, projected passenger use, and fewer complications were all factors. At about this time, our community's awareness of Gus, its potential and value, grew. Here, Mark has a compilation of the letters of support that we obtained for saving Gus, developing a multimodal transportation hub around it, pursuing passenger rail, and investing in GWTA from 2003 to 2015. Following this was a decision by David Perry for Goldsboro Builders to relocate to its new home. NCDOT and the City of Goldsboro entered into an agreement to stabilize the structure and secure the property through a state appropriation supported by then NCDOT Board of Transportation member Tom Betts. And we also had several grants to apply to it as well. NCDOT then acquired the property and work began. Once NCDOT exhausted the set of funds to conduct an environmental study, a conditions assessment, and prepare construction plans for some of the stabilization work, an amendment to the 2007 agreement was made to transition the property ownership from NCDOT to the city. In that agreement, authorized by the council and accompanied with an agenda memo that I prepared, the city accepted responsibility of its ownership, liability, and maintenance. Passing that memo and that agreement around for your records. In that agreement, authorized by the City Council, accompanied with the agenda memo, was an agreement for the city to accept responsibility of its ownership, liability, and maintenance, and also agreed to help NCDOT with passenger rail and other transit-related uses as needed, and to resume active rail transit use and to assure continuation of the corridor's perpetual use, among other acknowledgements. But this was a commitment that the city of Goldsboro made before transitioning the ownership to the city. Also in 2009, the community and especially the Depot neighborhood, as well as our state and federal partners, celebrated Gus's 100th birthday. The NCDOT Goldsboro partnership gained support from the Federal Highway Administration to complete the stabilization work, removing existing asbestos and demolish non-historic ancillary buildings used to furnish the Goldsboro builders' storage. The investment by the FHWA, NCDOT, and Goldsboro was conducted to prepare for its restoration and reuse. This is an image of a poster that NCDOT created to demonstrate the project and to advocate for its restoration, showing its ability to become a multimodal transportation facility, utilizing Gus as the impetus for its development. The idea was to merge passenger rail, intercity bus transit, rural demand response mobility, taxi service, and bicycle and pedestrian use. This concept instigated GWTA to conduct a thorough long and short-term study to determine the feasibility of relocating from the corner of Beach and Madison to this property. The results of the study provided confidence in the investment, and in 2011, all of the federal, state, and local partners agreed, and a conceptual plan and construction drawings for GWTA were prepared. In 2013, the city included the restoration of the station, development of the new GWTA transit facility, 2 blocks of Walnut Street streetscape to functionally and aesthetically connect the property to downtown, and 3 blocks of Center Street streetscape project into their Tiger Grant application. Although we had success, our full ask was not granted. We were directed to exclude Gus from the project scope. But just a reminder, more than 80% of those that applied for that round of Tiger funding did not receive any funding at all. With those funds, as well as 2 other grants we had obtained previously, we designed and constructed the GWTA transit facility. We were also able to complete restoration of the entire property's site improvements, including the parking lot, designed to serve both Gus and GWTA. In 2016, we had an opportunity to revise our grant project scope with FHWA to be compliant, which freed up some additional funds we had not spent to date, and these funds supported some minor needs that are listed there. In 2018, NCDOT found some additional funds to support a roof replacement, where we worked with the State Historic Preservation Office to get approval for this work and tested the saturation of the original clay tiles salvaged in 2007. The saturation rate was high, indicating only a 5 to 10 year useful life, so new tiles of similar properties and profile were approved and selected. Funding could only support replacement of the main roof portion of the building, which was completed in 2019. This was the last investment made to Gus. Which takes us to now, 4 years later. Passenger rail expansion throughout North Carolina is an active conversation. An advocacy committee named Eastern Carolina Rail has stepped up to vocalize this need. On September 22nd, the Federal Rail Administration announced mega amounts of funding to support rail nationwide. Of that large amount, $36 billion is set aside to study the preferred routes that the DOTs across the United States, including NCDOT, prioritize to meet their goals and objectives. While NCDOT conducted similar study in 2005, the federal studies will be much more intense and consider many more factors. I am told by our North Carolina DOT rail rep that existence of stations along the corridors will be a factor. The results of these studies will either move projects forward or exclude them from additional funding in the actual development of passenger rail expansions throughout the United States. They are essentially developing a pipeline. On September 26th, Our NCDOT rail rep initiated a visit to Union Station with his newer staff to assess the condition, status, and meet with myself and city reps. The visit makes us aware of how dire the condition of the station is. A recent 2023 appraisal of property placed a negative value of approximately $791,000 on it due to its status and replacement costs. This is not uncommon for neglected historic properties. The John Walnut Street buildings that the county owned prior to conveyance to rehab builders in 2019 also had a zero-sum value before its reinvestment and reuse. Also around this time, you'll recall Republican Representative John Bell supported an ask made by the city to support multiple projects with an appropriation of $2 million. The need to stabilize Gus was part of that official request. These funds are a part in addition to your general budget. Lastly, but perhaps even most mentionable, is the fact that due to the immediacy of Gus's state, a local group of business and community leaders have formed, calling ourselves Saving Union Station. Their current, primary, and sole objective is to stabilize Union Station to save it for its next opportunity. Let me introduce the members that are here. We have Mark Metzler on our strategic team, David Perry, Doug McGrath. Also part of the strategic team is Michael Hedden. And we also have with us helping out Adrian Worrell, Judge Gaylor, Jeremiah Daniels, and Justin Allen, as well as others. Here is a map released October 17th of this year demonstrating the 12 routes that NCDOT is currently working to develop. Luckily for us, I am told that the Asheville route, as well as the Raleigh to Wilmington route, is one of their top priorities. FRA is expected to announce which will get funded for studies later this month. Each study that gets prioritized and accepted will get up to $500,000 worth of study value. Mark is going to now share a compilation of the statewide stakeholders that responded to NCDOT's pursuit of expanding passenger rail across the state. Cities and towns, I tell you, are actively positioning themselves to benefit from this effort. I'd like to draw your attention to 2 letters in that packet. Letter 5 is from Chairwoman of the Wayne County Commissioners, and she states the economic impacts of the passenger rail that it would contribute and reminds them that we have a station awaiting. And letter 17 by Mayor Ham that states the anticipated benefits include safety, intercity connectivity, economic and social advancement, as well as regional growth. Several members of the SUS group and city staff visited Union Station on October 31st to get a firsthand encounter of what we are working to save and the condition of the building and the property. Needless to say, it is pretty sad, as these pictures reflect. Here is a breakdown of the funding that has been invested in developing the multimodal transportation hub, utilizing Gus as its catalyst. I have more details available that we can go over if you are interested shortly. But as you can see here, significant funding has been invested to date by our federal, state, and local governmental partners, including the city of Goldsboro. These partners believed in accessible, efficient, and affordable transportation for all. That was the goal, to create a seamless transportation system for everyone and to utilize a historic, culturally important existing transportation facility to build it, to protect one of our most unique historic assets. Just want to spend just a moment on forecasted costs if this is a do-nothing scenario. In case the challenge to stabilize it and once done, the process of considering options to restore and reuse it seems expensive or daunting, I'd like to remind you that we made a commitment to NCDOT and to the many partners that invested in this vision. The potential loss of these partnerships and their funding to support other objectives or needs in the future, given our handling of Gus, is unquantifiable. A current demolition cost is anticipated to be at least $200,000, if not more than $300,000. That would be a cost for a do-nothing scenario. And while the city currently owns the property, a private ownership, post-restoration, if that is the decision by you, could yield significant tax revenue gains of nearly $75,000 a year, given a conservative $5 million valuation. There are also real economic impacts of a vacant, unutilized building to the community. A result that is quantifiable due to a North Carolina formula that was developed in 2020, when applied here equates to nearly $100,000 a year. There will also be continued costs to the city to maintain the property. Without the building there, if torn down, all of the overgrown vegetation will be exposed and force continual mowing and upkeep that is estimated to be about $15,000 a year. But more importantly, we will have lost our opportunity to deliver and support accessible, affordable mobility and connectivity for Wayne County residents. Before I turn it over to questions, I have just a couple additional thoughts to offer. I have found that the decisions that are not made here are often due to questions not asked. I'd be remiss if I did not share some of the potential opportunities a saved and restored Guswood could offer. First, I think it might be obvious, economic development. The NCDOT Rail Division has conducted multiple restorations of historic stations across the state over many decades, and the impacts have been quantifiable economically. They prepared a station report in 2003 that I can share with you if you're interested later, and they have done many more since then. Just as was done with the Paramount or the downtown public improvements investments, it will inspire investments elsewhere in the surrounding area. And there's potential for increased tourism. This picture here shows Hamlet. Prior to their restoration, they actually moved the building on the other side of the tracks. And then you see the picture below of the finished picture of the finished project. And now they say that this is their most attractive tourism destination in their town. Also, it will increase and improve Goldsboro's real estate market as Raleigh expands east and continues to do so. Outside of economic development, we have an opportunity to begin to fulfill our commitment we made to the NCDOT in 2009. And we connect the underserved and disadvantaged communities with transportation, compounding our investment in GWTA and connecting people to more job opportunities. With GWTA support, it improves travel to and from the Maxwell Center, the hospital, Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, the Bryan Multi-Sports Complex, and many other city investments, as well as access to goods and services. I'd also like to offer that we understand that there are risks too. We know cost is one of them. Gus consumes resources that are needed for other city priorities. We realize that. It may be politically unpopular, as was Streetscape back in the day before it became into life. Sometimes people just don't all understand all the ramifications or benefits if they are not intricately involved in the projects or until after the project is complete. Gus is currently unsafe and is an unfit site, but doing nothing will only exacerbate that. And there are likely impacts for future grants if we allow the investments to date end in failure. Remember, grantors are investors. I realize there may be concerns of an investment such as this causing gentrification of the adjacent neighborhoods due to increased tax values. To that we offer, let's be proactive and take on the tough issue. There are methods that the city, you, can apply to consider when that time comes for the full restoration, such as you can have a property tax freeze on the valuation for the existing homeowners in the neighborhood, and at any time that ownership transitions to somebody new, the new tax valuation can be applied. That's just one idea to throw out in your consideration for future consideration. If your question is how do we justify a private use, if that is ultimately decided upon by you and those that invest in this, after the city and or county partially invests, I just suggest, again, we do not have time to figure that out. Our only priority now is to stabilize it so that we can determine its next steps for later. We also have a commitment to maintain it, and no one in the private sector right now would take on the liability and risk of it, especially since the building is estimated to cost approximately $8 million for its full restoration. Forcing this, our need to invest in something, to be the only option. And next, if that was the decision of the parties involved in saving it, we would have to convey it with covenants to hold up our agreement with NCDOT to allow passenger rail use at a given time when appropriate. And we could also dictate use and impacts in the conveyance to a private ownership, so our investment protects our ability to control our investment. Lastly, I want to mention, since I know staff capacity is stretched and no one on the team has the expertise to manage the stabilization construction due to its sensitivity and historic nature, that I reached out to our rail division partners and they are willing to serve as the construction manager if we compensate their staff time as part of the cost. Instead of trying to figure out all the pieces, the who, how, and what's, for the end use, which is the space we've been in since 2016, we are asking you to change your focus and to join us in this single pursuit to save it for its next opportunity. Doing nothing is not helping anyone, and the SUS team wants to help. We know being confronted with a decision about a project of funding where many decisions were made before you is difficult. None of you were sitting here in 2006 or 2007 when the first act down this path was made. But I hope you can find comfort in the many council members before you that saw fit to move this project forward inch by inch when they had the opportunity. SUS is willing to match, and here's my pitch, SUS is willing to match whatever the city and/or county is willing to commit. We expect a stabilization cost to be approximately $1.5 million. Not only will this act allow you to spend much of your new windfall of $2 million on other needs, it will demonstrate to our state and federal partners that our community cares, that we are resourceful and determined to realize the vision established in 2008, not only with our partners, but through the many, many public input meetings we have had along the way. I suggest we can't let them down. Let us help you save the building for its future use, whatever that may be, depending on the parties invested in saving it. Any questions?
What's
Julie.
the next step, Julie?
Well, the next step would be, it's up to you. I mean, if the cost is $1.5 million, this SUS team is willing to raise funds locally to match whatever the city and/or the county are willing to commit to it. So ideally, I think the ideal situation for all would be the city puts in $375,000, the county puts in $375,000, and we match it with $750,000.
Excuse me, what was your last statement, 700 and what?
The SUS team would raise $750,000, so we would essentially match what you and the county can contribute.
You gonna go pitch this to the county next?
I can go with somebody from the city, but I think this should maybe be initiated by the city, but I'm happy to help with the information to support it.
So Julie, when I was here for a 3-year time back in 2000 and 2003, I first got indoctrinated or acquainted with the, and it never stopped either. I got acquainted with the organization. Judge Gaylor primarily was the one that indoctrinated me to this, and I know it's been a long-term effort on the part of many people here, a distinguished group of people, as you mentioned. And when I came back in 2013, that indoctrination was continued on, and so, and I know you've been a big advocate of this program, of the Union Station. I said at the Downtown Awards ceremony about a month ago that I believe railroad will come through here in the not too distant future. The North Carolina Railroad Association has, or not association, but the commission has, as Julie said, been holding discussions around the state. I attended one in Wilmington. They led me to believe that there's a lot of optimistic hope that we will have a railroad coming through here in short order. It won't happen before I leave the council on the 4th of December, but it will happen before I die, I hope. And I'm not, and I hope it's not too far in the future but I hope my death is not too far in the future. But what I'm saying here, ladies and gentlemen, is that there are some serious discussions going on about this railroad coming through Goldsboro. This map that Julie showed before is one that's been
Want me to go back?
briefed every session I've been to, and I believe enough people have heard it that they're really beginning to drink the Kool-Aid here, and going to make it happen. And we were waiting for the last statement here. Well, what are you asking from us? And you've told us. There's a lot of material that you've given us tonight, and I'm let others speak here in a moment, but there's a lot of material and information that we need to review, and I'll let the council speak for themselves, but I wanted the council to keep in mind that you'll see a railroad coming through here in the not too distant future, and having that station ready for it is something that we have to look very seriously at.
I'll just add, because I know that this little fact conflates all the variables when you're deciding at some point, once the building's saved, what to do with it next. But NCDOT has shared with us, and it's vaguely stated in the contract, that they don't have to consume the entire Union Station when it's here. In fact, they only need like 1,500,000 square foot of the space. And if the building is back into productive use by the time passenger rail comes, they're happy to have space on the property and not be in the building. But they just want the property to serve as that multimodal service, that
We have,
transportation facility.
in our discussions about converting that to some type of commercial enterprise or facility there, has always been with the condition that a set-aside space would be retained for future rail passenger service. Anyone else?
Quick question. You mentioned the $2 million was part of this year's state budget. Can you elaborate on that and what role Union Station played, if anything? You mentioned that there was some form of commitment, at least in that request. Am I missing that?
Aaron can probably speak to this more officially, but I understand that the city submitted a request to John Bell for support, and it included multiple projects.
Okay.
And Union Station and the stabilization of it was one of those. And John Bell, I don't think, was able to get all the funding that the city had requested, but did give $2 million, just as of recently. I don't know if you probably haven't gotten officially yet, because they need to have a certified budget at the state level before they can disperse the funds. And I think that that's supposed to happen this month.
I can add a little information to that. I did not specifically make a request for that, but I believe maybe DGDC, Downtown Development, did. My understanding of the $2 million is it can be spent any way the council desires. So whether we or you all decide to leverage the funding as been presented here, what you heard Ms. Catherine talk about with our increased fund balances gives us options we might not have had in the past. So I'll just add that. But I did want to ask, given the amount of public funding that is in this already, if it were renovated with private funding and given to a private ownership, how is that going to be viewed by the people who committed to this project? Is that an issue, not an issue?
I'm not sure I quite understand. I think that's a two-part question. There have been a lot of public funds spent on this project. Not to say that Goldsboro's was a small amount. It wasn't. When the collection of all the different projects that make up the multimodal transportation facility, Gus is just a component of it. But having the building put back into use and supporting the transit services, because right now the building is compromising the transit uses. I mean, nobody would want to go down there and spend time in that space. You know, it's just like elevating. When we moved it from Madison and Beach Street to that space, passenger ridership increased because, you know, it spoke to, it elevated the profile of transit in Goldsboro, and so it wasn't so daunting of a service for people to partake in. And I think from the federal perspective, as long as the Union Station is, you know, saved and available for passenger rail use in the future, that was always the end goal. Was there another part to your question that I didn't answer?
No, I just, you know, the city throws in another $1/3 and the county throws in $1/3, and then we've got these private investors, and then someone else comes along and does the extra, I don't know, $5, $6, $8 million, and then they own it. Is that an issue for the people who
No, it's not
invested?
an issue. I mean, we do that a lot of times in economic development across North Carolina. You provide an incentive to get something in return. That was the whole premise for the streetscape project, where we've gotten a 5-to-1 match on the city's investment. That is the goal of public sector, as far as, you know, in many ways, is to put some money in so you can get a return on it from the private sector. So I don't think that's a problem. I think, just Mayor Ham, getting to your question about next steps, you know, I think that, you know, we'd obviously have to consider some contractual obligations between us and the private sector part and the city and the county if we're able to get to that $1.5 million. And we'll also have to enter into some type of contract with NCDOT for that project management piece. I don't know what exactly that looks like now, but I'm just trying to take it one step at a time and get to the stabilization. And I think we can figure out the nuances of that.
I think, excuse me for interrupting, I think a critical next step is for us to formulate some strategies how we go to the county. I spoke to Commission Chairwoman last week upon hearing about this, and I got a sort of a lukewarm response. You know, well, I don't know anything about it. We'll entertain it when we hear about it, etc. So that's something that I've started to say it's a challenge, but it's a next step that we have to give some thought to and figure out how we're going to approach them and when we approach them. But we need to try to make some initial steps in that direction here in the next 30 days or so.
So what would a motion be tonight if we were going to do something in support of this? Is it a just generic resolution in support of? Is it a specific, put a funding thing on the table? What is the next very literal procedural step if we're in favor of making a further investment?
I don't know that I can answer your question. Maybe Ron or Catherine can, but I would just say stating that you're going to commit to $375,000. However you choose to do that is up to you. It would go a long way, I think, to leveraging the county to participate and authorizing these committed and dedicated and passionate people to go out in the community to raise the match. I just don't want to see any of that motivation and energy die.
But, Councilman Gaylor, I think where you're leading to is what's our next step here?
Yeah.
So we can do a couple things here. We can make a motion to put forth a commitment to support this either outright or with contingencies.
I'm listening, sorry.
With contingencies based on the county or other conditions that might arise. Or we can make it outright commitment to provide $375,000, or we can defer it pending further research into this and reading the documentation that has been provided to us tonight. Or if this council has another suggestion, you can please speak up.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Matt, Assistant City Manager was gonna say something.
I was just gonna say that, when you think about Goldsboro in general, I think most people, or a lot of people, think of Union Station. There's probably no more iconic building around than Union Station. We don't know if the future, what it'll hold, if there'll be a connection or not, but we do know we have this beautiful building that's part of our history. And, you know, even though we have lots of needs, I don't see how we can let something like this continue to fall in disrepair. We have to have a plan, a way ahead, and at least stabilizing it makes sense, so we can figure out a way to get more people on board to help us restore it, because I think Julie's right. I don't see how we can have a future Goldsboro without Union Station. I think we need to save Union Station. I know that's hard for me to say because we have a lot of competing needs, but I just don't see how we can do our revitalization of that area and the downtown, this is like the last leg, without having Union Station completed and remodeled and put into some type of use.
Well, what do you want to do, Council?
Just from a timing standpoint, I'd just like to remind you that FRA is going to announce which routes they prioritize this month. So it would be nice if we had this kind of commitment and this action by the private sector group moving to be able to report to them when they start examining the Goldsboro route that goes through Raleigh to Wilmington. It'd be a nice part of the story.
Could you clarify that again? What's the timing constraint here?
The Federal Rail Administration is making their announcements this month of which routes that they are going to fund for the further study. And it would be nice if we were able to have this all in place and to be able to convey that to them when they start examining Goldsboro. Because I think this is a really compelling story, not only just all the public investment that has made into this vision, but the fact that we have private citizens willing to raise funds to be able to match public dollars to make it happen. I think that is a super important story to tell, to push our project forward, and so it's not discontinued for further investment.
Is the private sector, of which some of them are here tonight, or are they formalized at this point in terms of their?
They're not.
They're not.
We're waiting to see what your interest level is before we start those.
Okay. So I'll ask the question again, Council. What do you want to do?
Are we having to make a decision tonight to give this money?
Are you saying, do we have to?
Yeah.
No, we don't have to. That was one of the options that I spoke to
Because
before.
I want it understood that I like the idea of Union Station. I've had people, you're talking about Wilmington, but last night a lot of people in my district are talking about coming from Washington, D.C. to Goldsboro. So a lot of people are talking about that. But I do have some concern if we do this and we did not fully fund the policemen for safety. I'm just looking at a lot of things.
I think, I think that the money that we're talking about for this would come out of the appropriation of the $2 million that was given to us.
Yeah, and I want that understood, and I want everybody to understand that, because a lot of decisions that we make here, sometimes a lot of people don't understand where the money is coming from and how we're doing this and how we're able to give this amount of money for this and couldn't do this for what we need. So that's very important that our community understand.
Yes.
What we're doing.
Agree.
I would just add one key point. When you talk about police, fire, or any other employees' pays, you have to be able to sustain it. So you have to be able to budget for it, you have to tax appropriately, fees, et cetera.
I'm good
So,
with that.
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
So because this is a grant, you can do one-time things, depending on what your druthers are. And I would remind council that we have a $2 to $3 million bill with the public safety complex that's been presented before. And again, because we've been able to build some fund balance, I think we will be able to handle that, and certainly the funding coming from the state could help to a large degree in that capacity as well.
Could we not do a memorandum of support?
We could.
Something, Charles said something about a memorandum of support.
I don't like to waste a good opportunity to leverage funds. If someone else says they're going to match it dollar for dollar, that's a pretty compelling position to be in. I'll just leave it at that. And obviously, y'all know that, you know, it's been referenced a number of times here, though, so I wasn't going to bring it up. But of course, you know, my family has been very involved in the efforts to save Union Station and the efforts to bring rail service back to Goldsboro. We now have a sitting commissioner, Antonio Williams, commissioner with County of Wayne, who that is a passion project for him as well. Believe that we have private citizens coming and saying, we're gonna match you dollar for dollar. Or we're asking you to put up some money that we help you go get. Again, I was gonna kind of sit back because I don't want it to look like this is me, trying to further something else that another family member has been so passionate about. But on a pure fiscal responsibility piece, one, I don't like to pass up the opportunity to leverage funds. And two, this is non-recurring money that can't be used for something else that I'm very passionate about, which is police and fire salaries. Well, salaries for all of our employees, but right now the market is what it is. So I'm fully in support, and if a motion is made and seconded, I'll be voting in favor of allocating the funds.
That sound like a motion?
I make a motion that we support Union Station in the amount of $375,000.
Motion is made to provide support for the Union Station of $375,000 coming out of the $2 million grant, correct?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Any more discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion to fund the stabilization at $375,000, please signify by raising your right hand. Okay.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Metz.
everyone. I just wanted to share with you, talking about getting old, I was looking back at pictures, and there's a picture of my daughter, Ruthie, look across from Mayor King, celebrating the 100th birthday of Union Station.
And now she's at going
Now
to Penn State.
now she's in college.
Thank you. Our next stop is Wayne County.
Okay, thank you. We're about 10 minutes from ending this session. We don't have time to really go into the consent agenda very deep, do we?
Depends on how much of a break you want, sir.
Well, I need a 5-minute break.
Might want to just start
why don't we-
fresh.
Why don't we take a break and recess until 7 o'clock? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming here tonight. I hope you walk out satisfied. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7 o'clock regular session of the Goldsboro City Council meeting on this fine November day of November 6, 2023. The council just finished a good work session and took a short break to come over here and continue, so we hope this will be as beneficial session as the one we just left. So at this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask Father David Wiley from St. Stephen's Episcopal Church to come forward and lead us in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll stand, please.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, in your word you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, this city. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Through Jesus Christ our Lord we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join in pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Father Dave. Okay, Madam Deputy Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Ham.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Broadway.
Present.
Councilman Gaylor.
Present.
Councilman Bass.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. Next order of business is the approval of minutes of the meeting, work session and regular meeting of October 2nd, 2023, and the minutes of the work session and regular meeting of October 16th. Is there a motion to approve those two sets of minutes?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all members wishing to approve signify by raising your right hand. Okay, minutes are approved. And we'll move forward to presentations, and our city manager will present some awards to employees.
Yes, sir. My privilege to present the Employee of the Quarter Award for first quarter fiscal year 23-24 has been awarded to Jonte Reyes for outstanding achievement. Jonte Reyes took her creative customer service skills to the next level this summer when she came up with the idea of having a fire camp for children. She wanted to find a unique way of reaching the youth in the community. Jonte spent countless hours researching and communicating with a neighboring department to find the best way to complete this mission. The main issue was funding, as she knew we did not have the budget to accommodate such an endeavor. She began reaching out to local community business and sponsors, and while it took many attempts, the local business support began pouring in between monetary donations, food, and supplies. Jonte was able to raise over $3,000 in funds to allow these children to come to this camp for free and learn about fire safety, water safety, first aid, and CPR, bike safety, and so much more. The children that attended this camp have left with a better understanding of how to protect themselves and the ones they love. Jonte's work ethic and accomplishment reflect well on herself in the city of Goldsboro, awarded this day, along with a $500 check.
Is she present?
I believe she is.
Yes,
There
ma'am.
she goes.
Come on down.
I got the fire department chief up here. He probably wants to say a word or two. Toya there. Here you go. Want to hold that? So much. Congratulations. I
little cold, so I'll let your boss speak for you for a minute and then have the floor yourself.
Sure. We're proud to have Jonte work with us at the fire department. She took a little bit of personal initiative and she put a lot of time into the summer camp for the youth in the city. And like I say, we're just proud to have her aboard. Oftentimes we get placed in a situation where sometimes we don't want to do something because we don't feel like we'll have the support, lack of funding. She overcome those barriers and done an excellent job. So.
I don't know who nominated me for this award, but thank you. I appreciate it, and just thank you.
Okay, next, Mrs. Countryman.
Well,
I see
for a second,
yes,
sir,
ma'am, going up here.
I still got the supervisor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the supervisor of the quarter has been awarded to Chris Mooney for his outstanding achievement. Chris Mooney has been recognized on 3 separate occasions this quarter. The first was by a citizen who tripped on the sidewalk near Chestnut Street and Center Street. She called to thank Chris and his team for responding and acting on the issue so quickly, and was also pleased to see they completed further sidewalk repairs close to where she fell. The second call was from within our city organization. Miss Erin Fonseca, Downtown Development Director, called in and thanked Chris for the professional job he and his team did in cutting down trees and replacing the damaged sidewalk that was causing damage to the DGDC building. Chris and his team saved the city over $2,500 by doing the work in-house. Chris also dug up and installed 2 garage car lifts, saving the city $5,000 in installation fees. When we talk about the city's strategic plan and our vision, mission, values, and goals, this is the kind of employee we envision. Chris is customer-focused and a superb supervisor within the streets division. His professionalism and integrity sets an example for all supervisors to follow. His actions reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Awarded this day, 6 November.
Up here to take a picture with us, and then we'll say a few words. And good. Thank you. All right. Over to you, Jamie. You got something to add to that?
Sure I do. I've been here for 6 months now, and from the very first day, I've watched Chris and all of our crews work every day to make the city better. Going out of his way to make every citizen feel important. And if it's in our responsibility, we take care of it. He seems to be an excellent leader. He's on the job site with his guys. He's a good construction manager. And so it's good to be his boss because he knows what to do. He does it every day. So it makes me proud of where I work. And it's guys like Chris that make it that way.
I would just like to say, all this possible because of my crew. I got a good crew, work well together, and upper leadership helps out a lot. And thank you.
You heard me say often words of appreciation to our employees, and tonight you saw 2 examples of the great staff that we have here. We have 480 some employees, and they're all perform outstanding on their jobs, and we appreciate them all. Okay, Ms. Countryman, you're not a stranger to this room, so come on up. But introduce yourself and let others that may not know who you are.
Good evening. I'm Donna Countryman. I'm the chairperson for the Night to Shine prom. It's a Tim Tebow Foundation sponsored prom that is hosted by the First Baptist Church of Goldsboro. And I thank you all for allowing me to be a part of this and to talk to you again about Night to Shine. this is their 10th, coming up in 2024, is their 10th anniversary. It is our 5th anniversary. We made it through COVID for 2 years, and we've been back in person this past year, and it was absolutely wonderful. If you don't know, Night to Shine is an unforgettable prom experience for people with special needs, 14 years and up. And it has impacted over 1,000 cities across the globe, 56 countries, and over 550,000 special need individuals have attended Night to Shine. I'm hoping he'll throw that video through while we're talking. It kind of has some loud music, if you'll turn those down. But Tim Tebow, Heather and I my daughter and I had the honor of meeting him in April when he came to Mount Olive and to speak at the graduation. What a humble man he is. I have never met someone as humble as he is. Genuine and nice, and he was more focused on what our Night to Shine was about than he was about, himself or what he was going on. His hope is that every person with special needs to be celebrated and know that they are loved and know their identity as a child of God. I wanted to make everyone know that this is not a First Baptist Church event. This event belongs to the citizens of Goldsboro and Wayne County. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that, and that we need people to help this grow. We need people from the community to help us grow. We had over 180 registered honored guests last year, this past year. We had over 250 volunteers. The school involvement was ROTC from Southern Wayne and Eastern Wayne High School. Our honored guests walked the red carpet under Sabre teams. They got limo rides, they got their hair done, and at the very end of the prom, each one was crowned king or queen of the prom because in God's eyes, they are kings and queens. We had Elvis in the building, along with Rock Creation of Caswell Center, which is their band. My goal here tonight is just to make you all aware that we want to continue to have this grow in Goldsboro. We want to make all the opportunities available for people with special needs. It's a special night for them to be among their friends and family. It's a special night for the families, and at the end when they are crowned king and queen, what an awesome event that is. We have a couple of fundraisers coming up I want to make you aware as well. November the 19th from 2 to 6, it's a Sunday afternoon, we're going to have an auction. It's called a quarter auction, a battle of the paddles. If you've ever been to one, it is fun. Bring your quarters, your rolls of quarters. You might find some great gifts for Christmas for that hard-to-find person. You might find something for yourself. But we would like everyone to come. It's open to the public. It'll be in our fellowship hall on John Street. January the 19th, we're having another dinner and variety show. Some of you came to our dinner variety show last year, and it was a great event. We had several of our honored guests be there. We had some local talent, some I had never heard of. We had some wonderful talent in our community, and we want to continue that again in January. I want to thank you for allowing me to come again in front of you. I know you guys are busy this year with elections, and I wish all of you the best of luck who are running. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about Night to Shine. It is February the 9th, 2024, and I just want to say thank you for your support. And Mayor, I want to thank you personally because you have supported us yourself in everything we've done in special need individuals. Your encouragement has been outstanding, and I just want to say thank you. And for each of you who would like to attend, our registration this year is online. So I'm giving you a way to register. Just go to these QR codes under volunteer, and
Thank
it will
you.
register you for it, and they'll come straight to me. I hope I have enough shirt one. I gave one to somebody. And we'd love to see you there on February the 9th, and thank you.
hold up, Donna. As Donna said, I've attended a lot of these Night to Shine activities. I attended the talent show fundraising last year. Other members of our council have attended these events
Absolutely.
as well. And I think I can speak for each one of those that have attended. We really got a lot out of that, time spending with these individuals who make up this program. To see their faces light up, see them walk out with their hair done, the makeup on, the guys in nice outfits and so forth. It really is a very stimulating, motivating moment that you don't have an opportunity to share very often. So I would encourage the public to really get involved in this program, support it. You'll get a lot out of it. I want to thank Donna Countryman. Tell you, this could not happen without you. You're the single driver for this. I know you got a lot of help.
I do.
But
and they're here backing me up today.
But I admire you so much for what you do for these kids and these adults, and not just kids, adults as well.
Exactly.
And so, thank you so much, Donna. Wish you the best success, and I'm gonna see you there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you all.
Okay, I've got a proclamation here I want to read. Do we have anyone here from the National Apprentice Week program? Come on, come on up. Stand in front of you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the National Apprentice Week program, but face the audience here.
National Apprenticeship Week is actually held by the U.S. Department of Labor, and it actually starts next Monday and runs through Sunday the 19th. So it's November 13th through the 19th, and it is just to recognize the workforce shortage that we have. As you know, there's a huge workforce shortage, and apprenticeship is a great way for employers to hire and train their own workforce. And so we actually have an apprenticeship program at Wayne Community College called Apprenticeship Wayne, where we work with employer partners to do just that, to train up their workforce. We've actually won some national recognition, the maintenance program that we have, but we actually currently have 12 occupation codes that we work with, everything from industrial maintenance to electrical, HVAC. We just recently added an education apprenticeship program with Wayne County Public Schools. And all in between. And so National Apprenticeship Week is just to do that. It is for agencies to recognize the hard work that they're doing to create and train our workforce. As I said, our AG workforce here in Wayne County and the Goldsboro area is 56 years of age. So I often joke that they are OBD, one bad day away from retirement. And so we've got to figure out how we can train our workforce. It's not just about a job, but it's about getting people a career and giving them an opportunity to actually have some income mobility as well, where they actually have a pathway that they're on, that they can go from an entry-level position to the sky's the limit, to be quite honest with you. Many of our programs that we have at Wayne actually have a full associate's degrees that are also then transferable to universities as well. So we do it in curriculum and workforce continuing education, through like our electrical, HVAC programs, and that nature. And we're always looking to add programs as well. So if you're an employer sitting out there thinking, could this be for me? There's a great possibility that it could. We're actually having a program next Tuesday called Pathways to Success, where we're actually just inviting employer partners to come out and learn more about what an apprenticeship is, how we can help you short-term and long-term train your workforce as well.
So you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, I didn't, did I? I'm sorry. I'm Christy Sauls. I'm the Executive Director of Apprenticeships and Career Development at Wayne Community College. I've been working in the apprenticeship world for almost 6 years now.
And we were together, not together, but we were at the same event last Thursday, I believe it was, out of the base on partnership. So, you got any jobs for ex-mayors?
Probably.
Okay.
No,
we got one over here.
We can at least let you volunteer at something if we don't have. We could probably employ you, to be quite honest with you.
Well, We got what did you call ourselves?
Slightly less than honorable former mayor.
Yeah.
We'll work with you.
Okay, very good. All right, let me read this proclamation. The National Apprentice Week Proclamation. Whereas National Apprenticeship Week is celebrating its 9th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role registered apprentices provide in creating opportunities by allowing apprentices to earn while they learn, preparing a pathway to good quality jobs and well-paying careers in Goldsboro and across the nation. And whereas registered apprenticeship programs enable employers to develop and train their future workforce while offering career seekers affordable paths to secure high-paying jobs. And whereas Goldsboro recognizes the role of registered apprenticeship in expanding opportunities in our workforce that are inclusive of individuals who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequity, thus providing a path for all qualified individuals, including women, youth, people of color, rural communities, justice-involved individuals, and individuals with disabilities to become apprentices and contribute to America's industries. And whereas Goldsboro recognizes that registered apprenticeship, a proven and industry-driving training model, is a key strategy to improving job quality and creating access to good paying, family-sustaining jobs for all, starting with youth and youth adults, while addressing some of our nation's pressing workforce challenges such as rebuilding our country's infrastructure, addressing critical supply chain demands, supporting a clean energy workforce, modernizing our cybersecurity response, and responding to care economy issues. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim November 13 through 19, 2023 as National Apprentice Week in the city of Goldsboro and encourage employers to utilize registered apprentices when able in order to train and support the next generation of our workforce. So, ma'am, here you go.
Thank you.
I'm going to photograph this. Thank you for all y'all do out there
Thank you.
as well. Vital part of our community.
Thank you.
Okay, we are into our next phase of the agenda public hearings. At this time, Mr. Falcon, are you present?
Yes,
Come on up, sir. This is Z 1423 Red Horse Towns.
Good evening, councilmen and women. Mayor Ham. As you recall, this public hearing item was actually tabled at our last, about a month ago's public hearing. Mayor Ham, I'll be glad to go back through this agenda memo for you, and any questions you have, please let me know. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Members need to be refreshed on this. Okay.
All right. Proceed forward. Again, with Red Horse Towns, property is located east of Country Day Road between Wheeler Drive and Davis Road. Again, I'll just try to keep it concise for you tonight. 16.57 acres. Applicant is John G. Thomas of Senior P.E. Thomas Engineering on behalf of Nolan Commercial Contractors. Current zoning for the property is residential 12, single-family conditional zoning. Proposed zoning is residential 12, conditional zoning that would limit the use of the property to a townhome development consisting of 89 units. This is the location aerial from a satellite view off of Country Day Road. Here's a conceptual drawing from Thomas Engineering. As you'll see at the bottom of the screen is access off of Country Day Road, and to your left, secondary road from Ashley Avenue. Again, the existing zoning of the property is residential 12 single family, proposing to residential 12 conditional zoning for, again, 89 townhome units. Here's our zoning map. where you see predominantly R16 residential rent surrounding the property with some office and institutional for a church and a assisted care facility across the street, along with Wayne Country Day private school. Land use recommendation is medium density residential for the property. The conditional zoning for R12, conditional zoning for 89 units is not a corresponding zoning district for this land use designation. Staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning request based on the fact that this development would not be out of character with the overall residential use of the surrounding area. This development would aid in satisfying a growing demand for housing in the city of Goldsboro. The availability of water and sewer does support a higher density development. Staff is recommending the following conditions be placed upon this conditional rezoning request. Number one, that two primary means of access shall be provided to the proposed townhome development, one off of Country Day Road, the other off of State Road 1569, Ashley Avenue. City of Goldsboro Planning Commission met on September the 25th to review and make a recommendation regarding the rezoning request to include staff's conditions. Planning Commission voted 6 in favor and 0 against. Now, it's up to the council to vote to adopt the recommendation for approval and consistency statement that the Planning Commission has provided, and vote to adopt the approval ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement, or council shall vote to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. Council may also continue the public hearing to a date certain if they determine further discussion is needed. Mayor, at the October 2nd, 2023 council meeting, City Council voted to continue the public hearing until November the 6th tonight. If you have any questions, I believe Thomas Engineering, the applicant, is here tonight to handle any questions you might have. Or if you have questions of staff, I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any council member have a question to Mr. Calvin, or the engineer?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The last time we discussed this matter, the applicant had some hesitation about the conditions that were set by the city.
Yes.
Has their position changed in that regard? I think there was just some slight hesitation. I think they had already invested some substantial amount of money in just making those accommodations. I didn't think that they were in favor of as much.
Yes, ma'am.
So has that changed? Their position changed on that?
Of course, they're here tonight, and they can address the answer to your question. I will let you know, Councilman Matthews and the rest of the council, that a traffic impact analysis was not required for this site. However, it has been recommended, and I believe that, again, Thomas Engineering is here tonight that might can give you additional information as to where they stand in this process.
Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Calvin? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and it was continued from the last meeting. Does anyone wish to speak for or against this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and honorable council members for your service to our community. My name is Jody Woolard, and I reside at 401 Airlie Place. I serve as president of the Garden Walk 1 Homeowners Association. Last month, I spoke to you, along with many other affected taxpayers, to address the safety concerns surrounding this proposed project. 4 schools, 3 churches, a nursing home, high number of senior citizen residences, daily use of the roads by the fire station located on Patetown Road, and multiple daily use of the road by ambulances. The civil engineer representing the developer spoke. In his initial remarks, he stated that he runs into these objections all the time, saying that it's just the way of the world. I find this statement to be dismissive and condescending. I'm reminded of once when, as a teenager, I asked for permission to attend an event that all my friends were going. My father replied that if all my friends were going to jump off a cliff, should I do the same? The developer representative stated that there would be both left and right turning lanes at Country Day Road entrance, but only a right turning lane on the Patetown Road entrance. A left turning lane would be too expensive, thereby making the project not financially viable. Not to worry though, as a long-range DOT plans calls for multi-laning Patetown Road. I submit that the majority in this room will not live long enough to see that occur. Other solutions he offered were that the Abbey Lane Road be used by emergency vehicles only, or that a barrier be placed forcing those exiting Abbey Lane to turn right only, and not allowing any left turns to enter or exit. When questioned concerning the housing density for the rezoning, he replied that the number of single-family home lots would not allow the project to be financially viable. Therefore, he needed to be able to build 89 townhomes. Councilmember Jones addressed safety concerns. Councilmember Gaylor voiced his concerns about the extremely dangerous intersection of Country Day Road and Patetown Road. Councilmember Matthews stated that she could not decide on the issue without further information from DOT. In closing, I request that this board reject the rezoning. The safety issues alone are overwhelming to an already dangerous situation. Finally, I maintain that neither the Goldsboro taxpayers nor the Goldsboro City Council is obligated to approve a project ridden with safety issues in order to make the project financially viable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Thomas. I'm with Thomas Engineering out of New Bern. And as you recall, last time we represent Nolan Commercial Contractors on this endeavor. We prepared this particular plan. I won't go over all my comments that we did last time. I do want to update you on what we're doing now, okay? There was some correspondence out of Mr. Talton's office a little over a couple of weeks ago to NCDOT. We've also been in contact with DOT as well. His question, and correct me if I'm wrong, was did they have an opinion, a professional opinion on the congestion that this project may cause on this particular Country Day Road and on Patetown Road, okay? Their response, which I was forwarded that email, and I do have a copy of it, was that they typically don't do traffic impact analyses, as Kenny said, for anything under 3,000 additional trips per day. This particular project would generate less than 1,000 trips a day. By DOT standards, 890, more likely 500 or 600 trips a day based on some other projects that we've done similar to this. They did recommend in that particular email that the only way to know for sure what the impacts are is to do a traffic impact analysis. Since our last meeting here before you all, we've been in contact with a traffic impact analysis group called Kimley Horn. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're a pretty big outfit, and they do a lot of this type of work. And I have a representative here with me tonight. We do not have a report yet. These reports are very time consuming, but I think it's the right thing to do, and we've decided to move forward with that study. I'm told 2 to 3 weeks to prepare the study. I think to give it some validity, it needs to be shared with NCDOT, and then probably another 3 or 4 weeks to review that particular document. Most of the time, my experience, there's some back and forth with what's included in that document, at which time that we can present it, the findings in that. Given that, and given with the holiday season coming up, where everything just comes to a screeching halt, availability of people, traveling, we're requesting that you continue this hearing one more time to possibly January the 15th. I don't know the date of your first meeting in January, but again, with Christmas holidays, it might be a little push to be able to come back in a public forum to be able to present to you this traffic impact analysis for this particular development. And if you're familiar with these, they actually go out there and do traffic counts. and to do it during different periods of time, different days, to be sure they're getting a good sampling of all the traffic that's coming in and out of there. So that's our request.
Anyone have any questions or comments to the speaker?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Please come forward. Ma'am, sorry, she had her hand up. Come on up, please. Follow her.
Someone else.
No, come forward. Come forward. Give us your name, please.
My name is Jane Mull. I hope you can understand me. I'm dealing with a little bit of laryngitis, but I'll do my best to present what I have to say. A lot of good points have been made by others at the last meeting, and I agree with all of those who are not in favor of this project going forward. But an area, and a comment had been made that we would like to see good come to Wayne County, and growth and improvement and that type of thing. And I think there's no one in this room that would not agree with that. I would also like to submit to you, though, the idea that perhaps what is beauty and growth and improvement might be a bit in the eye of the beholder. And in one particular area, I would like to offer the idea of mental health. That was something that I was taken with. And so I did a little research on that. I looked at it from the international, national, state, and even local level. And I won't bore you with, I've got that here, but I won't bore you with all the specifics, but I can give you some points that were discovered. Some that I didn't even realize, but were very, I'm a retired teacher and I do some substitute teaching now, so I'm still working in the classroom from time to time with children, and that's kind of what I have done. And so I see these effects with young people. It wasn't all just children, it affected adults as well. So I would just like to mention a few of those, if I might, for your deliberation and just consideration tonight. Okay, a study that was done said that it improves, particularly for children and youth, when they can actually be near a wooded area near their home. And not be taken. I know we have in North Carolina lots of trails and parks and state parks and things, but you don't have to get into the car. Ones that are right near their yard or near their house that they can participate in and be a part of. And some of the strength points were that it improves their cognitive function, their brain activity. It lowers blood pressure, it improves the mental health and physical health, and I'll tell you about that, where that comes in, sleep, and proactive effects of exposure to their natural environment improve their cognitive work in the classroom and otherwise. What I was saying is children love to climb trees and get out and explore and come up with creative ideas when they're out in the woods. And it's a lot better than just sitting behind a tablet or a computer all the time. They are required to do that quite a bit in the classroom these days. Anyway, and so the more opportunities right at hand that they can participate in. Children younger than 10 years of age and youth were considered for this subject. The observations were that it had great effects on depression, on anxiety, to lessen depression and anxiety, and again to improve the cognitive function, and it actually cut down on chronic diseases because they were exposed on a regular basis in a wooded area to explore and experiment near their home. Other points that were brought up were that humans have that have grown near nature and had it close at hand, excuse me, usually develop a great affinity for it. And their attention span is longer. Stress is reduced again. It influences their feelings or emotions in a positive way by activating parasympathetic nervous system. It reduces stress again and the autonomic systems of their body. People that have innate connection to the natural world are more productive. It provides children with discovery, positive risk-taking. We know at certain ages they're going to try to take risks, and we would like it to be more of the positive category. Creativity, mastery and control of certain things. When they play and work, they feel confident, and when they're outdoors in an outside area. Positively influences their brain development. Other benefits are social engagement, if some friends go out in the woods and explore, and outdoor activity such as walking and play and contact with others in their area, neighborhood, or whatever. Even for adults, walking.
Excuse me a second.
Pardon? Keep it shorter.
I want to make sure that you're moving towards your comments about this.
The mental health being improved and all the woods being taken away, the trees right adjacent to our yard.
Okay.
And even for adults, when we're out in the yard working in the garden or just sitting out there and lounging, enjoying, I think we love to hear and look at the trees and see the wind blow them and that kind of thing, and hear the birds in their areas. And I know certain birds tend to go back to the same area every year to build their nest. So all those would be displaced. So the evidence shows that blood pressure, some of this is repetitive because these were different studies. I'm trying to skip over that and hit the high ones. Adults even had a decreased anxiety and a less negative effect of any anxiety type things. They had working cognitive benefits, and forest walks and expeditions were consistent with improved psychological state of mind. Reduction in depression and that type of thing. I think most people that live in that area have chosen to live there because of the restfulness and the quietness and the fact that they could be in that type of environment. That was by choice. And to have that taken away, my house is probably one of the first ones that was on Wheeler Drive in that particular area. And I've been there 55 years. So, and that's why we chose it at the time. So just some thoughts to consider other than just the financial aspect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, Council. My name's Raymond Smith, 403 Hamilton Drive, Goldsboro, North Carolina. My reason for being here tonight is because I was asked by some of the members of the community of District 3 to come and sit down with them and to look at this project and to get a feel for their concerns. And so tonight they asked me to come and say a few words to you with regard to the project. Excuse my attire. I'm preparing for tomorrow. Everybody knows what tomorrow is. But as we look at this project, and I'm glad to hear the developer say that they were going to do a traffic impact analysis, because that's critical in this particular situation. And I'm very familiar with Kimley Horn. In my past life, I was a planner with the Department of Transportation, and I'm very familiar with their work. So I do know that they will be a good resource for that project. Also, District 3 does not have any representation on the council. There is no city council person for District 3, and I think it would be imperative for the board to consider that fact. This is going to tremendously impact that community, and without any representation currently sitting at the table where this decision is going to be made, I think it's incumbent upon the board to consider that as well. So with the recommendation from the developer and the fact that there is no District 3 representative currently sitting on the city council, I think it's incumbent upon the council to consider postponing this decision until such time that there is a study completed and a recommendation from that study, and as well as a council person sitting in District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Sir, this lady behind you stood up first. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Shawnette Grantham Caraway. I live at 107 Ashley Avenue. Years ago, we had this same project presented. I stood in rejection then. Again, I stand in the same rejection. We have a family-oriented neighborhood. We often talk about family, promote family. But if you put this project to pass, it will be the demise of the family. We will no longer be able to walk our dog freely. Seniors walk and take their exercise. It will come to an end. Please do not pass this. All progress is not beneficial to the recipient. Please, I ask you to reject, deny, no. Thank you.
The gentleman, go ahead. Come on up, sir. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Board. Last month,
Give us your name, sir.
I'm Chuck Henry. I live at 103 Whitney Place. Last month, I was here, like the rest of my neighbors were, to voice our concerns. When I stood here last month, I asked each and every one of you who's on this board to come visit this site, take a look at it, talk to the neighbors, get concerns about the quality of life there, and not one of you took the time to show up. Not one of you.
That's not true.
Anybody talk to him?
We don't have to go speak to someone to go.
Check in. We can go there anytime we want to. So,
Well, I'm glad that you
went down there
did.
4 or 5 times.
But you know what? We live there and we have to put up with this. And now we don't even have a representative for our district. So it's almost like you want to shove this down our throats. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, sir. May I kindly inform you that I did visit the area. I did go there. I did talk to residents. I would hate to call your name out, but sir, my third century person here, Tommy, we did talk. He does live there. I did talk,
Well, I'm
so
glad-
I just think it was unfair.
I'm glad that you did. But if you've been there at 7:30 in the
to
morning,
say
3 o'clock in the afternoon, when we try to get out of the streets, we can't get into the streets. I mean, you're talking about putting profits over the quality of life. Is that fair to us? And we said that we wouldn't mind single-family houses in there. Well, the developer doesn't want it because that's going to interfere with his profits. Is that fair to us again? They're his profits and our quality of life. Which one are you going to do? But that, and then you mentioned something about the threshold for a traffic study. What is the threshold for the traffic study?
If the site generates more than 3,000 trips per day, a traffic impact analysis is required.
And you're saying there's not 3,000 trips per day there?
For this proposed site, no. At this point in time, not based off the information from the developer and the engineer and from NCDOT.
Wow, I'd love to see you do a car count. But that's all I have to say, but thank you.
And anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Ari Lewis, and I live at 200 Ashley Avenue. I would just like to echo pretty much what's been said as another person who supports. I think that a traffic analysis is a really great move, especially if we are going to add that many bodies to such a small area. And I would also like to request the council wait until we both have a member to represent our district, and also until we can get those reports from the reports from the traffic analysis. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor. Council.
Hey.
I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I feel like I should. I'm afraid if we keep kicking the can down the road.
Give me your name. I know
I'm
who
sorry.
you are.
I'm Gaston Lewis, live on Aurora Lane. That we may have a change in seats on the council, and this is all going to be new news to a lot of members up there. So I feel like even if we have representation, they're not going to be knowledgeable about what they've heard tonight, what's been said tonight, and that's just a fear of mine because I am in opposition to this as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak, please come forward. Don't hurt each other.
Sorry. My name is Nick Ambella. I'm with Caldwell Banker Advantage. I'm helping develop this land. A few things, excuse me, a couple of things that I would like to respond to some of the people. The need for these homes, for townhomes in this area, it's close to the hospital. We've got a big need for traveling nurses and residents, doctors. They have no places to come to rent. There was 18 homes last year, 18 townhomes in Goldsboro for sale. The average daily market was 13 days, and there's one townhome right now available in Goldsboro. The information that we're trying to get to extend this, I've got some preliminary information through Board of Realtors. The actual traffic from 2018 to 2022 has only increased of 19 cars a day on Paytown Road. I've got it right here if you want to look at it. And then the traffic on the highway went from, it actually decreased from 4,027 to from 4,100 to 4,027 a day. Now, I didn't make those; these are facts. The other thing I'd like to say is I do not have an issue with the lady that made the remark about the forest and the mental health, but that's private property, so it would still be no trespassing if the kids want to go on the land. So I don't know, that should not be an issue as far as I'm concerned. We're going to do our due diligence. We'd like to extend this to give you guys as much information, facts as possible, not just opinions. So if you could table this, we would really appreciate it. Thanks.
Let me ask the audience before the next speaker comes up, please keep your voices to yourself, your thoughts. It's difficult for a speaker to speak when you have background noise here. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. I know this is a very sensitive issue with a lot of you, but please support us on that. Good evening, sir.
Yes, I'm Richard Woodard, and I appreciate y'all, each one of you, being able to give us this opportunity to speak. We built our home in 1962 on what is now Wayne Country Day Road. At that time, the whole area was farmland. And we've seen it change. We've seen it, many changes, into a beautiful community consisting of primarily single dwelling homes and other valuable permanent facilities, including an assisted living, churches, and schools. The present community is a pleasant place to live, and the investments were made here assuming the zoning would remain the same. We feel this zone change to allow affordable multi-dwelling complexes would not advance our community, but do the opposite. One study shows the average length of occupancy of this type of development are 6.6 years for families with for families, and those with children 4 years. The dynamics of this would reshape our stability and community. The 16-acre building plot is totally surrounded by single dwelling homes. But because this plot has a power line running through the east side and a gas line, this restricts the buildable area, making the 89 units even more compacted. This plot would have two accesses, which are Wayne Country Day Road, as has been mentioned, and Ashley Drive. In peak times of traffic, entrance to the Patetown Road would be impossible. I know they're talking about stoplights and changing everything there, but that's impossible, which is going to make the access to increase at Wayne Country Day Road. We're not opposed to the continued development of our community, and we're not opposed to affordable multi-developments, but we feel there are much more suitable locations for them. Please consider our request in this matter. We are asking you to give us relief from the overcrowding each aspect of a rezoning will certainly bring. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Come on up. Good evening, ma'am.
I'm Pat Lewis, and I live at 200 Ashley Avenue. We have been in our home as of last month about 39 years. And when we built, as several of them have said, it was a rural area. It wasn't, we were in the county, we weren't even in the city. And there was a lot of development that has come about since then. And we've welcomed some changes, because you can't go through life without changes. And changes can be good, but they also can be maybe not suited for that particular area at that particular time. And as the gentleman before me just said, that little area of the woods is 16 acres, and that sounds like a lot, but when you put 90 homes in there, or families, and the vehicles and all, you're going to have a lot, especially when you can't use the whole 16 acres to build those townhomes. And I was under the impression from everything that was going on that these were supposed to be multi-family homes that were going to be like my home. We are in a community where there There's not a lot of rentals. The people buy their homes, and when you buy your home, you expect to stay there for a while. And it might be a starter home, and you're going to leave in 5 or 6 years, or as your children grow, you may downsize and do different things. But for the majority of your time, you're hoping to buy a home and live in it, because that's the American dream, and that's what everybody is hoping to do. And there's not a lot, there is times that people can't do that, and they have to rent, and I understand that. But his comment that we're so close to the hospital that they need places for traveling nurses and traveling doctors. Well, what about all that land out Wayne Memorial Drive? They're right down the road from the hospital. Why are they not looking out that way to develop instead of in the middle of a whole housing development that's been there for years? And, you heard the one lady say she'd been there for 55 years. Well, I know that on my little street that has, I think we have 13 homes on Ashley Avenue and Whitley Drive. I mean, it's a cul-de-sac. So out of those two, there's only about 13 homes, or so. I hadn't really ever counted them. I was trying to sit in the seat and count them, but we're a home, and there's a lot that have been there ever since they built their homes. But we also we've had people pass and they sell their home and somebody else come in. All of us that were there in the beginning, all of our children are all grown and gone now, and we're getting at the retirement age and so you see a lot of people walking up and down the streets. They walk their dogs. If they have their grandkids in, you see their little grandkids out there riding their bikes and that sort of thing. And that's what we're used to. Well, we're not saying that we don't want change. But, it would be much more suited if they were to put the single family, just individual homes down there. But they're not going to do that because it's not worth their profit. And, we've all talked last time and this time about all the traffic, all the getting out on Patetown Road, getting out on Wayne Country Day. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for them to get on Wayne Country Day, because where that entrance is coming in and out of that subdivision is going to be right there at those schools. And I know everybody says, well, school's only in part of the year. They're not there all the time, and you only have it in the morning and you have it in the evening when they get out of school. Well, that's not true, because they have activities. They have after-school activities. A couple of these schools, or I know that Wayne Christian School has a daycare. I know that the Lutheran Church on Wayne Country Day, they have a preschool and a daycare. So you have parents that are coming to pick their kids up all through the day, in the evenings. So it's not just, well, there's school time, there's church time. There is traffic on those roads all the time. And the gentleman that said that, that it had only increased by 19 cars in that length of time, that could be that may be. It might be that was what was going on at that time that they did the study. But does that mean that was done during the pandemic when there wasn't anybody traveling? Or was that done, because that was in that time span, so that, it might not be an accurate picture of what really goes on, and is it going to be convenient for everybody at every time? Can you satisfy everybody's needs? No. Do we have to do change? We do have to do change. But that doesn't mean that this development of 89 multifamily homes, that sounds like that they don't want to make them permanent homes for people. They want to make them like rentals, And I didn't build my home out there in that area to be now when, and I'm not against rentals by no means. In fact, behind my house is a apartment complex that has been there. It was there before I ever built there, so it's been there for years and years and years. But it's a small one, and it's not like you have people coming in and out. The majority of the people that rent there have been there a long time also. So I'm asking that you consider everything that's there. It's not just that we don't want it simply because it's going to be townhomes. It's not that we don't want it simply because there's going to be extra traffic. We want you to think about, what is it going to do to the values of our homes? What is it going to do to the safety of our people that are in there, our children, the elderly, and everybody, not just, it's not a certain age group. It's not just because of the schools. It's not just because of the church. It's not even because of the hospital and all. But I tell you this, I can stand at my kitchen window, and there, almost on a daily basis, you're going to see at least 3 or 4 ambulance go down Wayne Country Day Road. You're going to see fire trucks. It's not, when I first moved out there, even though I'm close to the hospital, you just didn't hear that. But now that because Wayne Memorial Drive is so congested, a lot of times they route themselves and come down Wayne Country Day to get to the hospital. And also with the way the other streets and all have been changed. So we're just saying that, think about it. I know it's not your home, it's our homes. But we would like for you to think about it and put yourself in our shoes and say, would we really want 89 townhomes coming through? Basically, you have 2 straight streets. That's it. They have one way out, one way in. And if they talked about blocking off that Ashley Avenue and having it just for the emergency vehicles, but then that means that all of those emergency vehicles comes down this one street, And I just don't think that it's something that needs to be done in this area at this time. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come on up, ma'am. Stand up, don't just raise your hand next time. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Brian Taylor. I live in the community that we're talking about. I recently built my home in that cul-de-sac here off of Wheeler Drive on Aurora Lane. My home will back up to the proposed property that you're talking about or discussing the rezoning for. We chose that property because of the beauty of the wooded area, the wildlife that run through that area there and things. And once we chose and purchased the property, we had the issue of water, and the draining of the area there was not good. We've ended up putting it in a retention pond in that area to take care of some of the water needs that back up to that area there to keep it away from my home. So in regards to the studies and things that are done, I also have concern about the traffic. Coming out of Wheeler Drive today, it took me 5 minutes to turn left this morning going to work because of the traffic with Wayne Country Day, as well as the parents going to Wayne Christian School as well. So the studies of just additional 19 cars, I find that hard to believe there in regards to the studies of mornings between 7:30 and 8:30 and in the afternoon as well. But I support progress in our community. I do my business and myself have done that for many years, and we appreciate what all of you do, but I hope that you will consider our thoughts and process for all the neighbors in that area when you decide on how we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor and everybody else. I'm Barbara Swisher. I live at 102 Ashley. I've been there now 35 years. I've got one more house payment and I own my home. Have grown 3 kids and now 2 grandkids come to visit from not too far away. I want to address the issue of getting out. I'm the second one in on the right. I work at the hospital. I've been there 30 years last month, and they have no problem with nurses. They either rent people's rooms at different houses. We've got a hotel going up at Wayne Memorial and New Hope. We would like to keep our wooded area there. I bought because it was a cul-de-sac. I grew up in California. We're military. We came with a 16-house cul-de-sac, and that's the way to bring up kids and family. If I knew it was a through street, I would never have bought. They have a place that my son is a firefighter. He now goes to Raleigh and commutes, so he was Goldsboro. They have talked about, he's up with Dr. Carnegie with Belfast on his days off, and they can't get the trucks in and out. all the houses that are built with cars. We have a very quiet cul-de-sac. There's 11 houses, and there's 3 on another cul-de-sac, so it's 14. If we had to go right out of our street to go to the hospital, that'd be a long way. I go 1.3 miles to work and can come home if I had to real quick. We don't want to be told we can only go one way instead of turning left. It's a whole lot quicker. And it's not busy just at 7:30. When I leave at 6:30 to get a good spot at a parking place at the hospital, it is, I like to have my car in a certain place, so when I leave work and I'm tired, we can go right out and go out. There's one clear area. Why would you take down all the trees? There's deer back there. My kids used to 4-wheel back there. They have permission to go back there, all the neighbors on New Hope. And 6 months after we got here in '89, we were county, didn't know that we didn't have a vote something or didn't know how to. Now we're city, but not everybody on Country Day is city. It hops and skips down to Wayne Memorial. If you're going to make part of it, make all of it, or put us back county. I don't like paying double taxes. At the hospital, the nurses, they've got plenty of places. They have no problem with finding a place to live. They come 13 weeks. They don't have many travelers anymore. The 2-story townhouses that you were speaking about, we don't want renters. We have 3 renters out of the 14. They don't take care of their lawn. They don't take care of the houses. They come and go. We have like a speed zone already with 6 houses on my side that they race to the stop sign. I'd like to put a thing in for speed ramps. I saw it the other night on the news, Spectrum, through Charlotte, that they're 1/3 of the cost. Fire trucks can get right through, cars can't. It bypasses, emergency vehicles can go right past them. I'd like to have one put between the 2nd and 3rd house of mine so that everybody racing and UPS trucks come right down there and see how fast they can go to the stop sign. I just hope their brakes never quit. They do have a good spot that you could move your housing. We have no problem with growth, but you go down New Hope to, I had to ask my son, Collier Best Road. It's been for sale forever. It's all cleared. Why would you take out trees for deer and animals and people to walk through? And we just want to get run over, and I'd like to get out my driveway to go to work. I lived in a busy place in San Bernardino. Out there in California, we moved everywhere. And when we came back, we said we're going to still stay on a cul-de-sac because that is the best way for family. And one more house payment, I'd like to stay here. Still got to pay city taxes, but people right down New Hope or Country Day, everybody isn't county. They're city, part county. You hop and skip over certain areas. Let's circle it all and make it all either all county or go make it all city. Because I'd like to pay less too.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Come on up, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Jeff Hill. I live at 100 Veranda Place on Country Day Road. My mom lives at 317 Country Day Road, which is the property that backs up to the proposed site. I'm going to keep this simple. These people talk about traffic. They talk about, different things. Numbers. Let's talk about numbers. If you went to the center of this development and you went out 3/4 of a mile and did a circumference, there's not 89 units in that entire area. You're going to over double the population in a small area that is still congested. I see traffic every morning. I live right across from Wayne Country Day School. I'm further down. I cannot get out of Veranda Place in the morning. Traffic, I have to pull out, stop, and get traffic to stop to let me out so I can get to work. I see traffic at Wayne Memorial Drive backed up, slammed up to where Ben Strickland's old house was at. And I mean, there's accidents weekly in that area because people don't see it, they don't stop, they hit people in the rear end. And I'm sure it's as bad or worse at the Patetown Road end. I don't go that way as often, so I don't know. But what I'm saying is just numbers. All I want y'all to consider is numbers. You are going to over double the population in a small area just like that. If that ain't congestion, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak, please come forward. Anyone else? Okay, I see no one coming forward. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing on this and ask the council to three options here. We can continue this to January 8th, I believe is the next council meeting, or we can have a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with inclusion of the consistency statement, or we have a motion to deny with inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion second. Any further discussion?
Just one question. It's a lot being said to take in, and I do hear you loud and clear. I just wanted the board to consider the applicant and his stance in doing the traffic study, which I think is important for not only us, but also those individuals in that area. We do have an option here that says we can allow him time to do that study, because a lot of the residents say they would love to see those numbers, and I do agree. I would like to see him too, and it's not required, but he is willing to do that, and I would like to give him time to get that done. And I'm asking the board to consider that option.
May I say something? Because I understand numbers, and I understand, Mayor Pro Tem. This is very, very difficult for me, and that's why I second it. Number one, we don't have a representative for 3 yet. I do understand that. And you do have to trust numbers. I understand that. We have to trust the data, but we also must trust the physical data. And what I mean by physical data is the people here that live in the area that we're talking about. You know, they've told us time over time that it's crowded, and I do have a safety issue. I really do. And I know that numbers are good, and I want to commend the engineer for going above and beyond and wanting to do this study, because he doesn't have to. But we also have to look at your study. You're going to have to study it all day for several days, because depending on the time and the area that you study, your numbers may be low. And having been a special needs teacher and having to deal with data, I know lots of times it's not always what other people say. It's not always what the numbers say. Sometimes it's exactly what the people say. So I want the people that live in this area to know that I'm listening and I hear you, and you are physical data. And you're coming from all different areas, so you didn't just make this up. But at the same time, I do understand numbers, and I do understand that, Mayor Pro Tem, and I want you to understand that, and I want the engineer to understand that. But I also agree that we cannot continue to kick this down the road. And, you know, if you want to wait until we get a representative of 3, you know, but, you know, this is our second time. And the people in this area, look at how many that are out here that are very concerned, that have come to talk about the situation, and it's just extremely serious. So that's, that's my stance.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at this, and I hear you, Councilwoman Jones. Thank you. It's unfortunate there's not a District 3 representative, but it hasn't been since June, and
That's
this
true.
board has faced some really tough decisions since June. So I don't want us to
Right.
lean on that as an excuse.
And I did not. I was just stating all. I was trying to
just give me
state
1
all the
second,
facts.
Councilwoman.
I was stating all the facts.
Mr. Talton, it says, is there a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent? Our planning department, or our planning board, I would assume review this and the consistency and inconsistency and all the things that says this rezoning does not conflict in any way. I just want us to be clear on what we're denying and if we have grounds to deny it based on this statement that we have here. Is there a motion to, specifically looking at the denial, because that's what the motion is currently. Is there a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent? Because that's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with anything other than that statement.
So, to help answer your question, just because the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval with the inclusion of the consistency statement does not mean that you cannot disagree with their recommendation, because that's what it is. They're an advisory board only. You can actually recommend denial because if you want to do so, but the intent is that the consistency statement is required by state mandate that the board consider these statements, consistency or inconsistency statements, with the comprehensive land use plan. You have to at least consider. The Planning Commission is saying that, hey, look, in their opinion, they agree with the consistency statement as it is written.
Okay.
If in fact you decide that you don't believe that, if you decide that you want to recommend denial or approve denial, I'm sorry. If you were to make the motion to deny, you could also include the inconsistency statement as part of your vote, and that would be reflected in the minutes, because in essence, you disagree with the Planning Commission's recommendation, which that's okay. It's just that you would basically be including the inconsistency statement that you do not believe it is in the best interest for the city of Goldsboro to vote along with the Planning Commission, and that you deem the proposed conditional rezoning not to be appropriate and does not recommend approval to the city of Goldsboro Planning Commission, and that it's inconsistent with the land use plan. That's totally your prerogative.
Mr. Mayor, I made a motion to deny. But it was second, and we're in the discussion phase. Any other comments?
I just wanted to say that, don't let my questioning be me saying I'm in favor of it, but I want to give a fair shot to the developer as well, because what I understand is that we have a huge housing crisis going on right now, and I cannot ignore that, and the developers who's trying to come in and help aid us in that regard. So again, I'm asking the board to reconsider and give the developer time to present that information that I do believe will be helpful, and possibly offer some easement for some of the concerns that we heard.
Any other comment? Okay, we've had a discussion. The motion is to deny the request for rezoning. All in favor of the motion to deny signify by raising your hand. Got 3. All opposed? Okay. Mr. Attorney?
But the motion failed.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's back
So,
open to
is there-
discussion or continuance? It goes
Is there a motion to, another motion that the council member wants to make?
Madam Deputy Clerk, Can you provide us with that January meeting date?
8th or 22nd, so the first would be the first Monday, and we want to meet on January 1st. So proposing the 8th or the second meeting would be the 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
If there's going to be a motion to continue to another date, certainly, because you closed the public hearing, my recommendation just to the staff is to re-advertise the public hearing. So anyway, I just add that in to make sure the public understands it'll be re-advertised for that specific date. And the staff knows.
Mayor, if I may, I completely agree with our city attorney. I have major questions over if the signage was actually put out, and exactly. And I think that putting this out properly, noticing it before, certainly before it would pass, which obviously right now that's not what's in front of the group. But I think that it absolutely needs to be advertised appropriately. I think that's a procedural step that at least is seriously in question. And then whatever the appropriate timing for when that comes up is when it is, whatever the statutory length for that notice.
It wasn't.
I have serious doubts. And again, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, but I have serious doubts because I do drive that every day, morning and night, and I never saw the signs. Given the opportunity to do this procedurally correctly, I think we should.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion that we continue this to January 22nd, and also to include re-advertisement of a public hearing at that time, for that time.
Second.
Checking the dates here. Okay. So the motion is made to continue it to January 22nd with ensuring that it's properly advertised. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by raising your right hand. All opposed?
What's the third option?
Mayor, I'd like to put this question before the council a second time. Mayor, I move to deny with the inclusion of the statement that deems this conditional rezoning request to be inconsistent.
Motion is made to deny.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Motion to deny is the same from the first motion.
Motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. That's the motion. Second. Motion second. Any more discussion?
I do want to mention that while we don't choose this, the board, there's going to be another developer. There's going to be another spot. There's going to be another group of people who are angry. So what do we do when they're and I am not being insensitive to, I hear you loud and clear. Please understand. I'm just saying there's going to be a decision that's going to have to be made at some point, and it's going to be a tough decision. So
Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
Everybody's not.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. It's second. All in favor of the motion to deny, signify by raising your right hand. What's the count? 4 and 2? Yeah, the motion is carried.
No, you have to ask opposed.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. All opposed, signify by raising your hand. Okay. Okay, the motion is made and passed to deny. We'll move to the next item. Anyone wishing to leave can do so at this time.
We can't pick and choose when we try to gain order in this chamber either. We can't pick and choose when we let people clap and cheer.
The mayor spoke up.
Hey, sir. Wait a second.
Yes, sir.
Not you. Yes, sir. You.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good. Would you please?
Excuse me, we're still in session, so we need to exit.
Thank you, thank you.
We got business. We got business.
Sir,
We gotta get this big dude.
now you know how much I respect you. And I wanted to say
Okay. Our next item is Z 1523 Royal Farms. Mr. Kyle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. We will proceed forward. Get to the right space here. All right. Royal Farms, corner of US 117 Highway and US 13 Highway South. This property consists of 1.64 acres. Owner is Mr. Carl B. Price and M.B. Price. Applicant is Two Farms, Inc., care of Mr. Chris Bellino. The current zoning for the property is Wayne County Residential RA 20, Light Industrial, and Community Shopping. The proposed zoning is City of Goldsboro Highway Business Conditional Zoning District, limiting use of the property to a convenience store with gas sales. The land use designation is medium density residential. Here's a satellite view of the property. You're at 13 to your left, US 117 north and south. You notice the fairgrounds on the east side across from the subject property. I apologize that this couldn't be any clearer, but we do have a concept plan for the property. And as you'll see on the left-hand side of the illustration is the convenient mart with associated parking on either side. You'll also see the gas pumps to your right as you get closer to the intersection. So the current zoning, again, keep in mind this is in County of Wayne planning jurisdiction. The applicant, if this rezoning is approved, will petition for annexation to the City of Goldsboro. So you'll see that the property, again, under county regulation is residential 20A, which is the purpose of the district shall be to maintain lots of sufficient size to ensure residential development, not having access to public water and sewers, supplies, and is dependent upon septic systems for sewer disposal, which will occur at sufficiently low densities to ensure a healthful environment. Again, light industrial Wayne County existing. I'll move forward to community shopping existing Wayne County. If you'd like to know any more about descriptions of these zoning districts, let me know. Again, the proposed zoning district is for conditional rezoning to highway business, limiting the property to convenience store with gas sales only. Surrounding property zoning, it's residential R16 to the north, R16 to the south with some neighborhood business, residential manufacturer non-conforming, east residential, west residential. So as you'll see, the comparison uses chart. Again, on your left, you'll see the zoning districts that are existing and some of examples of their permitted uses within each district. You'll also see on the right-hand side just the highway business conditional zoning rezoning district, which is, conditional zoning district, which is just for this convenience store with gas sales. Here's a zoning map of the property. You'll notice just across the street on the right-hand side is a convenience store that is appropriately zoned general business. It's also been annexed into the City of Goldsboro. That's why you see city zoning at general business. You'll also see to the north another convenient mart that's also been annexed into the City of Goldsboro with general business zoning. Land use recommendation locates this parcel within the city's land use plan locates the parcel within the medium density residential land use designation. The highway business zoning district is not identified as the corresponding zoning district. Although the Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan recommends medium-density residential for the property, the proposed use would be consistent with the existing zoning patterns, compatible with new commercial development and existing uses in the area. Again, here's your land use map, medium-density residential predominantly in the area, industrial to the east, to the north, again, community shopping, light industrial uses. TRC, this rezoning application was distributed to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base and NCDOT only. If the rezoning is approved, formal comments will be generated once the site-specific plan is submitted for development. Just to let you know, DOT is actually looking at this site, has been studying the site on behalf of the applicant, and they are recommending that a decel lane be added to it along 117 for safe ingress and egress off and onto the property. Staff's evaluation and recommendation. The parcel is currently utilized as an existing automobile service inspection and repair facility. Although Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan recommends medium-density residential for the property, the proposed conditional rezoning would be consistent, again, with existing zoning patterns, compatible with new commercial development and existing land uses in the area. The proposed conditional rezoning for a convenience store with gas sales would be located adjacent to two major thoroughfares, South US 117 Highway and South US 13 Highway. Goldsboro's land use plan supports promoting business-friendly environments and the location of commercial uses in proximity to major thoroughfares for the provision of essential goods and services for day-to-day living to communities and residents. Staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning request based off of the previous staff's evaluation. City of Goldsboro's Planning Commission met on October 30th and made a recommendation regarding the rezoning request. The Planning Commission voted 6 in favor, 0 against. At this time, Mayor, Council shall vote to adopt a recommendation for approval and consistency statement that the Planning Commission provided, and vote to adopt the approval ordinance with the inclusion of the consistency statement, or Council shall do the contrary. You can vote as well to recommend to continue the hearing to a date certain if you should so desire. Any questions, Mayor?
Any questions of Mr. Talton? Okay, this is a public hearing for this matter. Anyone wishing to come speak for or against, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak? I see no one rising, so I'll close the public hearing and ask the council if there's a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of a consistency statement, or a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. Is there a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Motion is made to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to approve signify by raising your right hand. Okay, all right, the motion carries. Next order of business is Z1623 Deering Automotive and Diesel Incorporated.
Council, the subject property is a property that you are formerly familiar with. This property is located on North US 117 Highway between Belfast Road and Scale Drive. The applicant is Miss Jamie Deering of Deering Automotive. Location, again, and we're talking about consisting of 2.27 acres is the subject property. They have recently acquired the subject property, Mr. and Ms. Deering. The proposed zoning is highway, business, office, and institutional 1 conditional zoning. Applicants requesting a conditional rezoning to highway, business, office, and institutional conditional zoning district. Here is the subject property there off of William Street Extension and the new 42 interchange, Belfast Road. Here's a concept drawing that is required of all conditional rezoning requests. As you'll see here, Again, I apologize for the clarity for not having any clarity here with this illustration. So going forward, you'll see that, if you don't mind, Mayor, may I step over to the podium and show you? To the screen. So the property is 2.7 acres, and you'll see that there is a zoning line that goes down the middle of it. The zoning line reflects highway business conditional zoning to the south, with office and institutional zoning to the north. And if you'll follow with me, we'll go through why this is done in accordance with our land use plan. You'll also notice that the applicant is proposing his automobile repair inspection and service facility. As you approach the 117 corridor there, he's also, in conjunction with the business, is wanting to have a towing business with a storage yard located in the rear yard of the subject property. This storage yard would be screened from views and in accordance with the city's UDO. Going northward there, the zoning line would transfer. The zoning line would be there to separate the two zoning districts. To the north, you'd have the office and institutional zoning district, which has the applicant is proposing for offices, beauty salons, tanning salons, and other permitted uses, which we will discuss as we move through this zoning proposal. All right, so existing zoning at this time is residential 16. We have highway business, of course, that's proposed zoning, and office and institutional, with surrounding zoning residential to the north, south, east, and west. So let me just explain to you at this point in time, as we look at this chart, zoning district comparison, residential 16, examples of permitted uses are single-family detached, single-family modular, accessory structures, and parks. If you'll look on the right-hand side, this is what the applicant is proposing only for these zoning districts. Well, the highway business, he's looking at proposing only the auto repair service and inspection, towing included with outside storage and mini storage facilities. In the office and institutional proposed conditional rezoning district, the only uses that the applicant is proposing are barber and beauty shops, offices for business, medical, and professional, and tanning salons. So these would be the only uses, if the zoning were to be put in place, that would be allowed for this subject property, based off of his application. Here's a zoning map of the property. Again, predominantly residential in nature. Got some neighborhood business to the south. The land use recommendation is mixed use 2. This designation allows for a mixture of uses which may have an impact on or produce some conflict with adjacent lower density districts. Corresponding zoning districts in the mixed use 2 include office and residential, office and institutional 1 and 2, and shopping center. The highway business zoning district is not identified as a corresponding zoning district for this designation. However, although commercial development along existing residential neighborhoods should be prohibited, office and institutional development is encouraged as a transitional land use between residential areas and proposed commercial activities of higher intensity located along heavily traveled thoroughfares in commercial and mixed use 1 and 2 land use designations. Here's our proposed land use plan showing mixed use 2 for the area. If this application is approved by the council, there will be a TRC review for a site-specific plan going forward. This parcel is currently vacant and adjacent to other properties predominantly residential in nature. The proposed conditional rezoning limiting the property to an automobile repair service and inspection station to include towing services with outside storage, as well as many storage facilities, which are permitted uses in the highway business zoning district, barber and beauty shops, offices, tanning and salons, which are permitted uses in the office and institutional zoning district, would be compatible with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. Although commercial development, again, alongside existing residential neighborhoods should be prohibited, office and institutional development is encouraged as a transitional zoning district between residential areas and promotes commercial activities of higher intensity along these thoroughfares. Staff is recommending approval of the conditional rezoning request based on the fact that the proposed highways business and office and institutional conditional zoning district would be compatible with the Goldsboro comprehensive land use plan. Sorry, let me back up. So the Planning Commission met October 30th to review and make a recommendation. Planning Commission voted 6 in favor, 0 against. Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you if I can answer any questions of staff.
Anyone have any questions of Mr. Talton in this matter? If not, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Strickland. I live at 128 Belfast Road. The automobile part of it, this would be right on our back, in our backyard. And I hear about the screening, but I would like for it to be also like a property hedge, not just screening, because I don't want to hear automobile work all day in my backyard. I already hear all the cars on Belfast Road. I don't need the automobile work in my backyard. And then the other is, if they've got facility and storage, they're going to have lighting. I want to make sure that lighting is not lighting up my backyard. I have my own night lights. I don't need theirs as well. And that's the only thing. I've tried to call to find out if any of this was already in place to know, but I could never get answers from the planning department to get that information.
Mr. Talton, are those unreasonable requests?
No, sir, they're not. The UDO will require that not only will it be screened, but there will be a vegetative buffer as well that's going to have to be installed surrounding the property. Regarding the commercial lighting plan, our UDO addresses that as well. And so if there is any proposed lighting, it will have to meet our commercial lighting standards so that she will not have any nuisances as such to affect her property. I do apologize to the lady for not being able to contact you. We have been extremely short-staffed, and we are now onboarding new employees with the city. I'll take full responsibility for that. We are flooded with development activity, which is good, but until we're plussed up with staff, it's really challenging these days to try to meet the calls. So I apologize for that.
So will the landscape be on the site plan?
Once a site plan has been submitted, that is a requirement that will have to be illustrated on the plan. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Council, there are two motions that we can look at. One is a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement, or a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. You will have a motion. Excuse me?
I make a motion we approve. Second.
Motion is made a second to approve the request. Any further discussion? If not, then all in favor of the motion to approve, please raise your hand. Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, that closes the public hearing. We'll now go into the public comment period. We've set aside 30 minutes for the public comment period. Those who wish to speak will be given 3 minutes to speak. The time would be reflected on the screens. Madam Deputy Clerk, who do we have to speak?
We didn't actually have anyone sign up for the public comment, they sign up for the public hearing. So if there's anyone else in the audience that would like to speak.
Well, they didn't sign it.
Well, I mean, they can still speak if they're sitting here though.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period then. And we'll go to the consent agenda.
Right, sir. You're first up. Housing Authority City Goldsboro surveillance cameras.
Well, let me find that first of all. Hold on a second. So, the Goldsboro Housing Authority has cameras in certain of their housing units. And an agreement was made some years ago that the city would pay for the leasing of those cameras. That's under a program called Pilot, which is payment in lieu of taxes. So instead of the housing authority paying property taxes, they pay a percentage of their profits to the city. So pilot in lieu of taxes. Profit in lieu of taxes. But they had been taken out of that pilot money the cost of the leasing of the cameras, which has grown exponentially over the years, to the point that we were almost not receiving any monies at all from the housing authority on its units. So I met with the president of the board, the attorney for the board, and one other of their staff, two others of their staff, and we talked about it. And we came away with an agreement to reduce that pilot funding, or excuse me, not the pilot funding, but the cost of the cameras, reduce it by 50%. And that was agreed. That was not, I didn't walk away there with a formal agreement. It was an agreement in principle, so to speak. And a contract was drawn up by their attorney, not our attorney, but our attorney looked at it, of course. And so I think that both members of the Representative Housing Authority seem to be pleased with it. The Housing Authority CEO, the president of the board, and the attorney. So what you have before you tonight is an agreement that reflects that 50% revised payment of the cameras. And Mr. Simon, you can add to that if you like.
Yes, sir. So in the past, our payment in lieu of taxes has been roughly $100,000, and the cost for the cameras was roughly $30,000. So the city would have received $70,000. Going forward, if we pay half of these camera costs, which amount to $190,000, our cost will be $95,000. So you will only receive $5,000 to $6,000 in payment in lieu of taxes. Now we're trying to set up two separate agreements here. In the past, it hasn't been clear. So now you've got an agreement on the pilot, and this is an agreement to pay for the cameras if council so chooses to do so.
What is the term of this agreement?
I think it's, was it 3
In
years?
fact, it's November 1st.
For how long?
I don't have it here for, let's see.
July 28th. There's another one beginning July 29th, 2024. I guess that's talking about
This is,
reimbursement.
it's actually based on the terms of rental terms of the cameras.
Equipment.
And by the way, we did agree, I stipulated, and they did agree, that they would not put any cameras in any location or beyond what is in this agreement here without approval first from the city.
So this is limited, this is a 3-year agreement, which, of course, while we're struggling with staffing with the police department, I can be in support. And having cameras in general can be an asset. But 3 years down the road, of course, the council at that time will have to make a decision on if they're able to staff up the department and then use those funds differently. I'm glad to see that there is a term so that there's a defined ending and a forced discussion down the road if markets change for a police officer.
We're discussing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just asked me.
Okay. So that's the that background on this matter here.
Do we need a motion?
You got it on the consent agenda.
Yeah, we got it on the consent agenda already.
So you remove it to items requiring individual action. Add the individual action on it. Take individual action that's automatically removed from the consent agenda.
Okay.
No, I was just making clear that it was an agreement that Mayor Chuck Allen had made in the previous, that's all.
I just basically said that had been a previous almost handshake agreement.
Yeah.
Right.
That's all I was saying.
That's all I was saying.
And that was for 2 amps and a portion of those costs for cameras. Here you're paying for all 4 properties and half the cost.
Yeah.
Right.
That's just what I was telling her.
Okay.
I was just clarifying something, that's all.
Go ahead.
That's all I have. So, council's good. Move on to the next item.
Yep.
Right? Okay. All right.
Good evening, Mrs. Williams.
Good night.
Public
Good
facilities.
evening, Mayor. I thought we called you.
Hey, good morning to you.
My first item tonight is Home Community Housing Development Organization, or CHODO, certification guide and application. As stated in home regulations, the city, as a HUD grantee, is required to reserve no less than 15% of its home allocation for investment in housing to be developed, sponsored, or owned by CHODOs. A CHODO is a special type of nonprofit organization that meet the following requirements. Has a governing board consisting of not less than 1/3 low-income persons and not more than 1/3 public officials. Has a 503c3 or C4 ruling from the IRS. Has demonstrated a capacity for carrying out activities assisted with home funds. Has a history of serving the community in which the home assisted housing is to be located for a minimum of 1 year. Has among its purposes the provision of decent housing that is affordable to low-income and moderate-income persons as evidenced in its charter, articles of incorporation, resolutions, or bylaws. The city must identify nonprofit organizations and certify these organizations as CHODOs using the guidance given in CPD Notice 97-11, Guidance on Community Housing Development Organizations under the Home Program. HUD strongly recommends recertification of CHODOs annually. Nonprofit organizations may experience transitions in board composition and management. Charters or bylaws may be amended at any given time. Therefore, after the initial certification is not adequate to assume a certified CHODO remains a CHODO. HUD will monitor the city's files to ensure that CHODO designations are being updated as required. And staff is asking that council by motion adopt the newly developed Home CHODO certification guide and application.
Any questions?
Mr.
Sir.
Williams,
Yes, sir.
How many CHODO partners do we have right now?
We currently have none certified.
None certified?
No.
traditionally has just been Habitat?
No, in the past, the Goldsboro Housing Authority,
Okay.
operating under their nonprofit Goldsboro Development
Goldsboro
Corporation, Rebuilding Broken Places, Wayne Uplift
Okay.
Association
Good.
has also been
Good, good. So it's been a
designated
mixture.
Yes.
Okay, next.
Next is Public Facilities and Improvement Program Guide and Application. The city has available funds under the Public Facilities and Improvements Program. Funds are available through allocations from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG. Under the CDBG program, the city may use funds to undertake a variety of public facilities and public improvement projects. In general, public facilities and public improvements are interpreted to include all facilities and improvements that are publicly owned or that are owned by a nonprofit and open to the public. The Community Relations and Development Department has developed a detailed program guide and application pursuant to HUD's CDBG Guide to National Objectives. Upon receiving the council's approval, the Public Facilities and Improvements Program application will be made available on the Community Relations and Development's newly implemented neighborly software. And staff is asking that council by motion adopt the new Public Facilities and Improvements Program Guide and application.
Any questions? You're doing good. Keep going.
Thank you. Last but not least, Affordable Rental Housing Development Program Guide and application. The city has available funds under the Community Relations and Development's Affordable Rental Housing Development Program for qualified developers to submit applications for the new construction or acquisition and or rehabilitation of multifamily or single-family rental units. Rental units assisted with city funds must be affordable to families, individuals, and or the elderly with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income. Funds are available through allocations from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Home Investment Partnership Grant. The Community Relations and Development Department has developed a detailed program guide and application pursuant to HUD's Compliance and Home Rental Projects Guide for participating jurisdictions. Upon receiving the council's approval, the Affordable Rental Housing Development application will be made available to interested developers on the Community Relations and Development's newly implemented neighborly software. And staff is asking that council by motion adopt the new Affordable Rental Housing Development Program Guide and application.
Any questions?
Yes.
Ms. Williams, this is not grandstanding, but I just want to point out in the last basically 3 or 4 council meetings, you've now brought forward a complex policy for congregate shelters, a complex policy for non-congregate shelters, and now 3 are updated SHOTO cert, the Public Facilities Improvement Guide, and the Affordable Rental Housing Program Guide. That's a strong ending to the year. And I realize how much work goes into that, and I hope that at 9 o'clock there's still somebody watching who also recognizes that, because it deserves to be highlighted how that moving these programs forward is so incredibly important to set up next year's spending and next year's outcomes.
It's a good
thank
job,
you.
too.
Thank you so much.
Let me say also, the members of our council here, to the public, that's about 5 minutes worth of talking about something that took hours and days and weeks of work to do.
Absolutely.
And we have to make sure that these programs are done correctly and on time to maintain the grants that we get from the federal government. And you're to be commended, you and your staff are to be commended for all the work that you do in this program. This is not a 2-page document or whatever. A lot of planning goes into it, and your work is very much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have a resolution in support of the Goldsboro Community Floodplain Report. Jonathan? Barry.
I didn't know he was still here.
He sat here through the whole thing. We gotta let him talk.
You survived the work session in 3 hours.
I thought I was going to get out of here early, but that was a mistake. Anyway, so I got the resolution to support the Goldsboro Community Floodprint. That was the presentation that Travis with the NC State Design Lab give earlier. They identified 3 project areas: the Elmwood Terrace area for the big ditch, the wetlands area around the municipal golf course, and the flood mitigation and feasibility study for the wastewater treatment plant. So it's recommended that the City Council adopt the attached resolution supporting and encouraging the advancement and development of projects identified in the Goldsboro Community Flood Plan. Quick and easy. Any questions?
Is it worth the wait?
I reckon so.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Now Ms. Gwynn has 3 items.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So my first item is an operating budget amendment for fiscal '24. Council was presented a resolution to approve an agreement with the Housing Authority for the tsunami cameras. And the cost of the cameras will be approximately $95,200. It's necessary to appropriate the expenditure in the '24 budget. This will be funded with an additional appropriation from the payment in lieu of taxes or pilot in the amount of $32,184, and the balance of $63,000 will be from appropriated fund balance in the general fund. In the future years, the payment in lieu of taxes received from the Housing Authority of Goldsboro will be used to fund the expense. In non-recurring capital outlay in the general fund, Council authorized the replacement of the chiller, and that cost is $385,843. The cost to move the generator is approximately $3,690, and to move the fence is $1,673. It is necessary to appropriate the expenditures for the chiller replacement totaling $391,300. This will be funded with an appropriation of fund balance. The Goldsboro Event Center, the council authorized the replacement of the heating and cooling system serving the GEC at the 10/16 meeting. The cost of the heat and cooling system is $19,870, and it is necessary to appropriate expenditures for the replacement totaling $19,900, and this will be an appropriation of fund balance. As I always do, I present you an analysis of the appropriation of fund balance in the general fund. Prior to this amendment tonight, it's $3,850,640. Tonight, we'll add $474,216 for a grand total of $4,324,856. So the one thing I will say, I was able to present really good news with the interim update, $10.7 million, hopefully adding to all fund balances in the operating funds. However, I will tell you that I am concerned that we are reaching the cap on the statutory limit for appropriating fund balance. You can only determine that with your prior year audit. So looking at fiscal 23, 6/30 of 23, obviously we don't have that number yet, right, because we don't have that audited financial statement. However, when you look at the 6/30/21 appropriation limit, it's a little over $5 million. So if I use that as my gauge and we're at $4.3 million, we've got about $700,000 total until June 30. And of course, we are only at November the 6th. We've got a little ways to go before we get to the end of the fiscal year. So what I would caution you on is that the manager has talked about this update that's needed at the police complex. It's like $2 million. We won't be able to appropriate that money in this fiscal year's budget, appropriating it from fund balance. So what we have to do is we've got to be very careful with the things that we in the future appropriate fund balance for. Small items, $20,000, $50,000 we can handle, but I would just caution that going from now till June 30th, trying to take $2 million out of fund balance, I would caution you not, because I don't want to see the council have a statutory violation. So I just wanted to make that, I guess, make you aware of that. Okay.
Thank you.
How does that apply when it's PO rollovers? I mean, it's one thing if it's totally new stuff, but if it's purchase order rollovers that are being paid due to supply chain issues, does it apply the same?
So when I was preparing this and then I started seeing that number, I really need to get some clarification from the auditors. So there is a statutory calculation that the auditors make for us, and that in that calculation, it's also when we get that percentage of fund balance number that the council is concerned about. So I need to clarify if it will separate out things that are PO rollovers, or if it is just a blanket, anything, appropriated fund balance. So, of course, I'm going to err on the side of caution. So that's why I want to tell y'all that I do have a little bit of concern about that. So the money's there, but it's just the state saying we don't want you to appropriate more than this calculation. The calculation is very complicated because it looks at your balance sheet side of your assets, which is why it's a number I just can't snap my fingers and give to you just in a second. So I need to gather some more clarification and then try to see if I can nail that number down. If it does not include PO rollovers, that's $3 million. So that's a big chunk of it. So, but anyway, I put that out there to you. I can, try to see if I can get them to help give me an answer on that. If I have to, of course, I can go to the LGC for additional guidance on that to make sure that we're within statutory guidelines. Okay?
Catherine?
Right. Yes, sir.
Does anyone have a question on this item?
Thank you for explaining that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Catherine, I just took note of this. You were commenting here about the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
It also includes 2 license plate readers for each of those 4 locations. We never discussed license plate readers.
So I think, is Chief West here?
He's not. He had a personal issue.
So Chief West, when I was asked to review this contract, and I was asked to prepare the agenda item, Chief West clarified for me that the agreement was, he told me 32 tsunami cameras and 2 license plate readers. And so, because when I originally did it, we were talking about West Haven, Fairview, Lincoln, and Park Court. And he said, Catherine, it's not just the 4 locations, it's the number of cameras. So this is what I was told. So, if that is an incorrect statement, I would need Chief West to clarify because he's the one that told me this number. So.
Well, I'd be interested in knowing what those 8 license plate readers cost, because that definitely was not ever mentioned.
Okay. I don't know what to say other than
I know,
we just have to get to Chief West.
Okay.
So.
I think it's part of the agreement.
I don't see it in the agreement.
If you look at West Haven, for example, on item H, surveillance camera cost sharing agreement, it says West Haven, a 3-year contract dated May 13th, 2022 for 8 surveillance cameras and 2 license plate recognition cameras at a yearly cost.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
I can finish it. Okay. And then the second item is shared services and transfers in the utility fund. We're trying to close out the S1103, which is the sewer rehab project. We call it the Big Ditch. It's a state reserve program loan, and we need to transfer $24,097.
Hey, sir, excuse me a second. I know you're leaving. Thank you again for all the work you've done, and appreciate it. Go ahead.
And these were to cover engineering costs that were not eligible to be drawn against the SRP loan. This will be funded with an appropriation of fund balance in the utility fund. And I provided you an analysis of the appropriation of fund balance in the utility fund to show you we're at, with the $24,000, a little over $3 million in that fund. So that's all I have for the operating budget amendment.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay. My next item is an ordinance amending the sewer rehab project, ESRP W17-01110, the one that we call the Big Ditch. The city of Goldsboro was rehabbing sewer lines in the area of the Big Ditch outfall, Carolina Street and Cherry Hospital area. It involves sewer line rehab, manhole replacement, and the city received the letter of intent March of 18th. City Council on July 15th, 2019 approved the ordinance to create the capital project fund. The maximum loan amount was $1,235,100 at an interest rate of 1.82% over 20 years. The project is now complete. The city has received all eligible loan draws on the project. The project cost totaled $682,191. Again, we had a maximum loan amount of $1.2 million. The city is responsible for the balance of the costs that were not eligible to be drawn against the loan, totaling $24,097. And this will be funded with a transfer from the utility fund. And also what we're doing is we're reducing some of the other costs. We did not need to use all of the loan cost, so we're able to reduce that and then offset so that the transfer was only $24,097. This fund and project will be closed once we receive the final sales tax reimbursement, which should happen sometime in January 2024. So at this time, we're asking for this final budget amendment so that we can get this project closed this fiscal year.
Any questions on item N?
Okay. And then my last item is to award the contract for audit services for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023 to Forvis LLP. The council is required by General Statute 15934 for an annual independent audit. In May of 2019, we conducted a request for qualifications, and we selected Dixon Hughes Goodman LLP as the audit firm. I've given you the 3 years of they were firm cost estimates at that time. We did not have a cost estimate for the 4th year, so we, Tim, the manager, and I had a conference call with Forvis. They have given us an estimated cost of $70,000. Part of it, the increase is the complexity of the city's operations, including multiple new grant funding sources, which have complicated the audit. We also recognize that in the labor market that we're in, that they have increased costs, we have inflation, so forth. So, if we're not able to garner enough savings in the utility fund and the general fund budgets to cover the extra, because we did not have it budgeted for 70, we had it budgeted for about 55, then we will come back to council for a budget amendment in order to fund those costs. Dixon Hughes Goodman, of course, merged with BKD, and they're Forvis now. They are in good standing with the North Carolina Board of Certified Public Accounting Examiners, as is the partner in charge, John Frank. Once approved by the City Council by resolution, then we will enter into a contract which will have to be submitted to the Local Government Commission for approval, and then once they approve that, then we will be able to start on the audit work. Plus, we have to have the 22 audit done because they can't overlap each other. So we have attached a resolution for the council to award the audit for fiscal 23 to Forvis LLP.
Well, they might be in good standing with the state, but they're not in good standing with us.
I've got a question. You said Forvis has been there 3 years. In other organizations I've been in, when you have auditors, at some period of time, it's not a bad idea to change the auditor.
Right.
When will we go out for an RFP for 24 and 25?
So what I would suggest to you is we need to have an on-time audit, okay? So when you change auditors, you have new auditors that have to learn your system. So they have to also get you worked in their schedule. So I would say to you, let's get an on-time audit.
Yeah, once we get an on-time, that's
we get
what
on time,
saying.
we can look at that. And you have to remember, when I came on board, you had major upper management change, major staff change, and then you changed auditors. So that, on top of various other problems that we've been trying to work through for the last 5 years, have complicated things. So yes, I do think that at a point in time, but I think we need to get through 23 and probably 24, have 24 as an on time. Then I think that the next one, we could look at doing something like that. So
I've been we had a problem with that.
Yeah.
I got a question. Ms. Catherine,
Yes, ma'am.
taking all that into account, I know we recently missed the deadline. Is there anything written in the contract that speaks to that? What happens when those deadlines are missed? Is there
like liquidated damages or something of that nature?
Just anything?
Yeah. No.
Penalties for late audits.
Yeah,
Typical
pimp, like
thing in lots of audit
Yeah.
contracts.
No.
Yes.
So let me say that with ARPA and all the grant funding, the billions of dollars that are coming out, you have a lot of local governments in North Carolina that now are subject to not just the financial statement audit, but they're now subject to single audit. And when you look at the profession that, the designation I hold is certified public accountant, they are not the numbers that are coming into public accounting that do specifically governmental auditing. So we're talking about supply and demand. So sure, we can put some penalties in there, but we're probably going to have a hard time finding the supply to find somebody to come and do the audit, okay? So yeah, you can do that, but they can also say, you're welcome to go find somebody else. Then let's see how many months we go with no auditor and nobody to do the work. So that's where, we're just in a difficult position right now. So I would probably say I wouldn't recommend it at this point because auditors are in very, very short supply. They have a difficult time. This CPA is just a very difficult profession, and this is a very niche kind of industry, and the regulations aren't getting any better. So
Yeah, no.
it is a tough industry to be in. Yeah, it sure
I think
is.
too, once we get caught up, we won't have some of the things that they're dealing with now. So maybe it won't be as
It is my hope. Yeah. My hair can't get much grayer. Okay, are we all good? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
Hi, Major.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I am here for Chief West. First of all, I did hear you about the concerns with the license plate readers, and I'm sorry, I can't answer that. But I will make sure he is aware of it first thing in the morning.
It's in the contract.
Yeah, and if you need to follow up with him, I'll make sure he's aware of the conversation. Having said that, I'm here for a street closure. I guess it's item number P for November the 6th. It's the City of Goldsboro Goldsboro 2023 Downtown Lights Up temporary street closure. The Downtown Lights Up is an annual holiday event held downtown to celebrate the flipping of the switch, officially kicking off the holiday season. This free, family-friendly event is a community favorite and attracts more than 500 attendees each year. The events will be sponsored by the City of Goldsboro Downtown Development and is scheduled for Tuesday, November 21st from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. City of Goldsboro, Downtown Goldsboro is requesting the closure of the 100 and 200 blocks of North and Center Street. The time of the closure for the 200 block of North Center Street is from 9 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. and the remainder of the closure will be from 4:15 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted. The following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for police department traffic control. The 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, change in plans, etc., will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. The recommendation is by motion grant and the requested temporary closing of the 100 and 200 blocks of North and South Center Street, excluding the southbound lane of the 200 block of South Center Street, 4 spaces of John Street parking lot as stated above. Does anybody have any questions of me?
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nope, thank you.
Thank you, Major.
Yes, sir.
Okay, accepting the distribution of trusts and establishing a perpetual care fund for cemetery trusts. City Attorney Woods.
Mayor and Council, this is specific to a Simon Rosenfeld Cemetery Trust he set up in his will years ago, back in the 1960s. When he passed away, he had plots in Goldsboro, also has some cemetery plots in Atlanta, Georgia. He set this trust up to make sure they're always taken care of. Those trust funds have been taken care of by Wells Fargo Bank. At this point, Wells Fargo has asked the court and is petitioning the court to essentially disperse those trust proceeds to the specific cemeteries or cities, municipalities, whatever it is may be, where those cemeteries and plots are located. It's just not the Rosenfelds. There's many families and many other plots they're doing the same thing with. And so what they need is the council's approval to accept the funds. And then when they do, Catherine will set up and put those funds into essentially a cemetery trust, which you already have. Isn't that correct, Catherine?
No, it does not.
You have some funds that exist for cemetery.
Yes, it's under the old section of the ordinance, but it's in the general fund. It is not a perpetual trust fund. I have to set up a perpetual trust fund for this.
So once it's accepted, the petition's accepted, then she'll set that up. These funds can only be used to maintain the Rosenfeld plots, which is only 2 plots. The city's going to receive about $53,000, but it's only going to cost $18 a year to manage the plots. So the city can only use the proceeds. Those funds are going to be invested, and the investments is what's going to be used to pay for the maintenance. So needed your permission to sign off and consent to the petition, also to accept the funds and sign any documents it requires for that to take place, so Catherine can set that up.
Any
questions for me on that? Okay.
And the assistant city manager has 2 items.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Really briefly here, I think you recall last month when some of the residents from Thoroughfare Road came to speak with you concerning the traffic, I guess maybe the past couple of months, and the speeds on Thoroughfare Road. As you know, Thoroughfare Road is a state-maintained road, so we have to get DOT's consent to change any of the speed limits out there, which we've done. And all they need from us is the resolution support that's included in your agenda packet so that we can get them out there. DOT so also gratefully said they'll send a crew out there and put the signs up as soon as they get the resolution support from the city.
Any questions? Okay.
Item S is resolution to accept strategic buyout properties. You heard from Ms. Battaglia earlier today, yesterday I think it was, almost yesterday. That resolution is just saying that we agree to commit those properties to the strategic buyout program as part of the effort that they're doing to try to make our city more resilient to storms.
Any questions? You were brief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Talton, bringing up the last agenda item. Added.
Mayor, council, men and women, I was going to inform you, back on March 20, 2023, council approved an annexation for property located at 581 and 70, directly across the street from the Walmart. Was a piece of property on the corner of 581 and 70 for a new Wawa to be located there, a convenience store with gas sales. A public hearing notice was properly advertised, stating the time, place, and purpose of the meeting. On April the 3rd, 2023, a public hearing was held. No one spoke for or against the proposed annexation. At this meeting, the council adopted an ordinance 2023-12 annexing the non-contiguous property to the city of Goldsboro. In September 2023, it was discovered that there were discrepancies with the annexation plat and legal description. Staff has revised the ordinance to include the correct legal description. It is recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance amending ordinance 2023-12. And just as a side note, if this is approved, we should be issuing site plan approval for the new Wawa tomorrow at that location. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Nice.
Questions? Okay. So you've heard the consent agenda items H through T. Is there a motion to adopt them?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Deputy Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Ham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Broadway?
Yes.
Councilman Baylor?
Yes.
Councilman Batts?
Yes.
Consent agenda items are approved. City Manager's report.
Yes, sir. So I just wanted public to know on November 20th, the next council meeting, the city's con plan. There'll be a public hearing for the citizen participation plan that has been put under important announcements on the 2nd of November. And there's the home ARP grant. If everyone will recall, for the homeless, there was a notice of funding published on October 30th. That is out there for a month until November 30th. Proposals will be accepted until then. And we'll bring that back to council for information in the December timeframe. State of the Community presentations will be November 9th at 11 o'clock at the GEC. Veterans Day holiday, the city will be closed on the 10th. And then Veterans Day parade on the 11th downtown at 11 o'clock. For those who would like to attend, it should be a great event. That's all I have, sir, at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a small business Saturday proclamation that I want to read. Whereas the city of Goldsboro celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas according to the U.S. Small Business Administration, there are 33 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 62.7% of net new jobs created since 1995. And small businesses employ 46.4% of the employees in the private sector in the United States. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas 72% of consumers reported that Small Business Saturday 2022 made them want to shop and dine at small, independently owned retailers, restaurants all year long. Whereas Goldsboro, North Carolina supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim November 25th, 23 as Small Business Saturday in the city of Goldsboro, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. Okay, let's go around the horn, so to speak here. Ms. Jones?
I would just like to say that I would like for everybody to get out and vote. And I thank you for those who have voted. And please try to be safe.
Councilman Broadway?
I'll just say vote. Those that are still up, go vote tomorrow.
Mayor Pro Tem.
That's all.
Thank you, Mayor. So real quick, it's not going to be that easy to just get up and go. You're going to have to go to your designated precinct. And the way to find that is to go to our Wayne County Board of Elections website. You can go scroll down to the bottom. It's going to say voter information or something to that effect. You put in the information that it requests and then hit search, and it will pull up the precinct, and it will also tell you where your precinct is located. Okay, so make sure you go vote, and you have to go to your designated precinct. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman
Ditto.
For sure.
Councilman Batts?
Same. No comment.
Good luck to all our council members.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, let me just say too, I think it was very important that you said what you did about knowing what precinct you go to. That's very important.
Yeah.
I know we've experienced people going to the wrong precinct and be told they got to go to another one and so forth. So those, like Councilman Broadway said, if you're still up and looking at this and we haven't put you to sleep yet, go out and vote tomorrow. Also, one final thing. As previously mentioned, Veterans Day Parade is Saturday, and this year, Vietnam veterans like Councilman Broadway and myself are invited to walk in the parade or march or ride if you can't walk or whatever. And and there are many Purple Heart recipients that served in Vietnam. I go to, some of us have gone to the Purple Heart banquet every year, and the great majority of those people who come in and are recognized as Purple Heart recipients were wounded in Vietnam. More than probably, I'd say 75% of them at least. So we have a lot of veterans here, and this is the 50th anniversary of the of the end of the Vietnam War. And so I hope that people will have got the word out that they will be invited to attend tomorrow. I don't believe that we've ever had any veterans actually marching in a parade, not in my recent years anyway. I could be wrong about it. But please go to the parade, even if you're not walking. So that's my comments, and we're going to go into closed session at this time.
There are closed session minutes from previous meetings if the
Yep.
council would like to review them at
Yep.
this time.
So
Do we
if
have
you
to
would,
do that tonight?
it takes 2 minutes. Okay, for those of you who are tired of listening to us, you can exit.
Mayor, I move we go into closed session.
Second.
For the thing.
Okay, we have a motion made and second. All in favor, signify by raising hand. Okay. Okay.
Let's have somebody else talk.
Thank you.
That lady was never going to stop talking about the birds in the bed.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell?
Ron, you didn't say nothing.
Okay, is there any further? We're back in an open session. Does anyone else have anything to say? If not, meeting adjourned.